everybody.
Hello.
Hey, folks.
Hi.
Howdy.
Is there an echo? Oh my fucking
I don't know.
god.
Maybe it's us.
I will check and see if I have echo cancellation up.
It's
I usually
probably like on my side or something. Okay, is this better? Is there still an echo?
Yeah.
I don't hear an echo
I mean,
on
we
you
don't-
guys,
we're
so
not-
it's
we're not-
probably us. Are
yeah,
you on the
we're-
right mic, hun?
I think so. I mean, I tried it out.
Oh,
Okay,
no.
it feels fine to me
Technical
now.
issues.
Right, technical issues right off the bat, smooth, just rolling right into this professional stream. Right, so I think I don't hear anything anymore. Chat, you tell me how the audio sounds. So welcome everybody. I'm here today with my co-hosts Ish, Nick, and AC as usual, and also our wonderful, wonderful guest Michael Oden. Hi.
What's up?
Hello.
Good
Thanks
to
for
meet
coming.
you.
Good to meet
I'm-
you.
Very excited for today's shows. We're going to be talking about SPQR's Bizzare Adventure.
You got
What
it.
a great idea! What a great idea! I've been pitching it to people as it's the story of Caesar crossing the Rubicon, but JoJo style.
Yes, it is the
Amazing.
not so historically accurate rendition of Julius Caesar crossing the Rubicon.
That's
The
great.
historical accuracy ends after page 1 and the setting boxes are complete, and from there it's just
I love it.
Jotaro versus Dio, except Julius Caesar versus Pompey Magnus, and
that's great.
what we're doing.
Michael,
You need to do
you
this
mind
for
if
like
do you mind if
multiple
I start
historical
right off the
novels.
get-go, just like, what brought this on?
I was actually talking to Rita a little bit about this. So, back in December, we had I work armed security as my day job, and so we had 5 people go into quarantine, and so everyone was pulling like 12-hour shifts all the time to cover down.
And one
I
of them had a
worked-
star on his shoulder, right?
and so I was holding over doing 12-hour shifts. Like the earliest I got off was 2 a.m. But like most nights I was there till like 4 a.m. And so one of my favorite history shit posting like Twitter pages, social media places is this channel called Daily Status Updates on the Roman Empire, and they announced they were doing merchandise now, and so they had this JoJo style Cato the Elder Carthago de Lenda-esque shirt, and I just started like laughing to myself, like I'm in the command center like laughing hysterically, just go, Roman JoJo, it would be funny. Julius Caesar is a stand user, and so like I just did like a quick sketch of him with his stand, and then I did if I'm gonna do this, I should probably do one for Pompey, and so I posted both of these things up on Twitter, and I wasn't expecting anything to come of it, but then all of a sudden I'm getting like a bunch of retweets, and I have like 5 messages being like, so you're gonna make that happen, right? Like that's going to be a thing.
Oh, that's great. And then there was no turning back after that.
That's where it's like for a second I give a little bit of pause, and I call Neff, who is who I like pitch a whole bunch of things to, Global Frequency Studios, and so I call him. It's like 1 a.m, and I give him this idea, and he's laughing, and he just goes, "Look, man, it's 1 a.m. You're sleep deprived. Go to bed. If you still think it's a good idea in the morning, give me a call." And so like I wake up, I get my kid to school, and then the entire story just comes to me, and I pitch it to Neff, and he just goes, "Screw you, man. Yeah, make it happen."
Oh, that's awesome.
And so then the hunt for the artist began, and that was we were very fortunate.
Okay, so you're the writer.
I'm just just a writer. Sad days.
Not just a writer. Well, I mean, the art looks really good as well, but I'm gonna pull up the campaign in just a second, but if you know, I kind of got carried away. I want to update everyone on my campaign real quick. So, because I want to dedicate the whole show to SPQR, but also I have some really, really quick updates for Fiendish because I'm, as you all know, I've been dealing with printing issues, and we're trying to fulfill book 1, and it's been a lot of hurdles, and I've shipped out up to about like early 500 something, like 517. I was trying to get through all the good books, but then some of the friends who were supposed to help me pack books again had family stuff come up, so it was mostly me and the Lamont packing books. Yeah, because but then they said that they could come by both Thursday and Friday and the weekend this week, so I'm gonna hold them to that. So I should have people helping me for like 3 days for the rest of this week, and I'm going to actually finish packing all the good books now.
At this rate, it seems like you're gonna have to get these things it's like signed confessionals from everybody that's supposed to be
right. I am. Yeah, like the printer, I'm going to have signed agreements for you will deliver by this date, or my wrath will be inflicted upon you, and then the same for the people that are supposed to be helping me pack books. I'm offering money. I'm paying you money to pack books. It's not like I'm asking for a favor. What's wrong with you people? But
I like that's how it always starts. It's like, I'm offering you money. Don't you want the money?
Well, yeah, that is right. Yeah, I like money. If someone offers me money, I'm like, I'm on that shit right away. So I don't know what's wrong with these people. It blows my mind. But anyway, my friends don't want money apparently. So let's see. But we have shipped out a lot of books. I have a bunch of customer pictures that are really, really awesome. And let's see. What was I we got carried away and I totally forgot what else I was gonna say. But yeah, so. Shipped to about 500 something, except the plasma tier. The people who ordered the demon plaques, I have to catch up on some of those. So I'll just share and show people.
Oh, you still have some of those to go?
Are you kidding me? I have like 30 to go.
I don't know your life, man.
I keep on saying I'm way behind on those demon plaques. They take so long to do. I don't even want to think about it. Oh my god! But like, I took way too. Right. Nick's like, oh yeah, are you a friend? What? Who are you? Do we talk? Who are you? We don't speak. Yeah. So it's fine. It's fine. You're a really good friend. Yeah, I have to catch up on the demon plaques. I have like 60 of them. I took way too many orders. I didn't even realize how many orders of those I took. So, but other than that, all these what?
How many did you say that you still have to do?
I have like 30 left to do.
Okay.
It takes these things take time too. It's like burning these things into wood, and then I also have to work on pages, and I also have to pack books. And I'm doing everything because people aren't responsible and don't do the things that they say they're going to do. But right, anyways, and I'm also thumbnailing chapter 2.5, but it's I wish there were 48 hours in a day. But I'm catching up on them. I'm just shipping out the single order books, and like everything else is here. I have like 600. I'm like probably like 400 books short, so I am looking into. Oh right, this is the other update. I'm looking into getting a new printer to print a second print run of book 1, because I have like 400 book difference. Even though I overprinted for my first print run, the printer shipped me so many damaged books that I have a 400 book difference, and I need to somehow get those 400 books. And they said they would fix it. They would redo the covers because they shipped me covers that were damaged. But what I'm gonna do is, cool, they should fix that. That's their job. But I'm also gonna get a second print run from someone else, just to maximize the chances of me getting the books earlier. And so I'm talking to one guy in Florida. I talked to someone in like Minnesota, I think. And I'm waiting to see how the quote from Florida is, but because shipping will probably be much cheaper from Florida. But if it's affordable, I'll go with them. But if not, the Minnesota printer looks really good actually, so I'll go with them. So I have options, and I should be making a decision this week. So there you go. That's what's going on.
Good luck on that.
Thanks.
I hope you actually choose the right one this time.
Well, these printers are, I think I know them more personally, I would say. One is a family friend and one is like a friend of the community. Right. So I think there's more like accountability, and I don't know. Because yeah, with my last printer, I asked for reviews and I asked people, they came with recommendations, but apparently just fell off of the fucking wagon the past year or so. like they were a good printer and they're specifically for printing comics, but everybody I talked to was like, yeah, this printer used to be good, but then they just like totally shat their pants the past year. So it's just my luck. Yeah, but I mean, you never know with these things, but fingers crossed. I'm trying to vet as well as I can, and yeah, the printer and floor is a family friend. I'm hoping I can go with them if they're affordable. So, yeah, and here are pictures of people getting their books. So the color books are going out. Here are the color books. La, 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 all the items, all the posters and trading cards and the stickers. The stickers are for live campaign backers only, so I'm already finished shipping those out. But here's someone who bought the full package. Got the art book, black and white, and the color book, and all the posters, everything. It was super, super duper awesome. Here's another one, and another one. Ooh, and somebody got a Fiendish mug. Check this out. Hey, I have mugs, guys. So I have a merch shop.
I keep forgetting that you have all this merchandise with those prints. Those actually do look very nice.
Look! Whoa!
That's a pretty sick T-shirt.
Yeah. I have the Ragna shirts as well. I need to. Those haven't come in, but I ordered a bunch. So I have merch. You can find it on the Fiendish website on fiendishcomic.com. It's all linked there. So.
Oh, you know, whenever you also release the map stuff for like the second issue, that'll be another really good print to put on a mug.
Which one?
Just the map, yeah.
It's
That'll
so
be
tiny.
But it'll be yeah. But it's the details are not important, but just like putting the map all around and just looking around, that would look nice.
I mean,
That's a
people
good
do
idea.
that for like the map of Middle Earth for Tolkien all the time. Turn that into
Yeah.
mugs and everything. That's a good idea.
Well, the Chapter 2 campaign, I found someone to do canvas maps. It's going to start out as just a large poster, but a stretch goal is to make the poster canvas. So it'll be like
That's
a large
outstanding. That's really
canvas tapestry. Yeah. I think people really like that. So that'll be available through the campaign. But yeah, that's a great idea. I'll put the map on some merch as well. Oh, fun stuff. Billy asks, is the black and white book? Yeah, the black and white books are still available. So those are still got a lot of those left, and those ship immediately, by the way. It's only the color books I'm shipping them in order of backer number, but the black and white I have tons of inventory, all no problems, no damage on those, so those ship right away. And so yeah, if you guys would like
those
to
ship
just
in one piece.
oh yeah, well everything ships in one piece. It's just some of the books that were shipped to me didn't end up coming in one piece.
Oh,
This is
thanks for explaining
the
that.
problem. Right.
Yeah.
I always ship my products in peak condition because I'm a professional, unlike some people.
Alright.
And unlike some people. I focus my frustrations and yell at the wood to instantly make a wood print. No, this stuff takes so long. Do I have any next to me? No, I just shipped out all the ones I finished yesterday, but it takes time. It takes me like 1 to 2 hours to do each of those because it's harder than drawing. You have to like burn it. You have like
No, yeah, because like you have to sometimes go
each
over it.
time.
Like line weight is so much harder to actually get done on wood burning
Yeah.
too.
Yeah. So, I mean, I love doing it. I just took too many orders, but I'm gonna get through them. I just need some time, guys.
More than the actual activity, I can't. I think it's because I don't know. Maybe it's because of having like grown up on like around farms and stuff. But I really love the smell of the burning wood. Or is that just everybody that finds that soothing?
Oh, I like the smell too. Like, it's, it's, I don't know, it's very organic. I like smells of like workshops and crafts and stuff anyways, like leather work. I love the smell of like the oils for leather work as well. By the way, if anybody gets their package and just smells like burnt wood, that's why. It's because my whole house smells like burnt wood now. So don't be too shocked. Yeah. And here's the sign up for Chapter 2 of Fiendish, which is up. That's links in the description as well. So you gotta sign up right now. Bam, bam. We have like 300 and like almost 400 signups, which is really awesome. So everybody sign up right now. It's there's a Ragna trading card that's only available for people who sign up for this page. Yeah, get it. Okay, that's it. That's all my updates. And and I'll be on a Red Valkyrie's releasing a video on writing that I was on. It was a pre-recorded thing. It's premiering tomorrow at like 6 or 6:30. So go on their channel. It'll be fun. I'm gonna be in the chat. We're talking about like writing character arcs and stuff. It's like a sort of really polished, professional thing. It's
The
totally not
revival of
what I
writing
usually
pros,
do.
I'm actually pretty excited.
Yeah. There are series writing pros, but they're doing pre-recorded videos now, and
Yeah.
we're having like actual like polished discussion and everything. I'm like, ooh, this is much more professional than I'm used to because I just come here and talk shit. But it was a lot of fun. It was a great discussion, and it's if you guys are interested in writing, you guys should check it out. So, all right. Yeah. Okay, so enough of me. Let's go back to the star of today's show. Michael, so
Hoping
Take
to
it
snipe
away.
a second question right away, Michael. Before we go off, so I asked you the why, and my second question, real quick, is what is the legal situation with that? Because like
So
that's
the way
it's
that
like
this
yeah, I've seen some like you see projects with
Aw.
like similar styles and stuff, but like when we went
So
onto your page, like
the way
immediately
that
when we
this
see that one
works
with
is
like
that
JoJo and Dio just like kind of pretty much looking
Oh.
at each other, I was like, oh, okay, this is like very overtly this.
yeah, like
This
no,
is
like
style.
so the way that it works is that effectively all of this falls under fair use copyright because it's a parody.
right.
Oh,
So-
okay.
Right,
So
that
since it's parody and I'm using completely original characters, for instance, also like within the book, they're not called stands; they're called eidolon, which is like Latin, which is a Latin word for like a mental construct.
That's
like it's
D&D
No,
term.
yes. We everybody here is very familiar with that, thanks to being very
Giant
smart, playing
Pathfinder
all the
nerds.
time.
But that was the whole thing, was that I did have to do a good deal of research and make sure that I wasn't doing anything that was going to hit me with a cease and desist at the very
Right.
Yeah,
least.
good. You didn't
You know,
Right, because it's like
Um,
it's on top of that. It's just like there's things that you just kind of like, okay, this covers me, but then especially when you're dealing with foreign companies, and I hear that Japanese companies also just have like their own deal of like
Oh, man,
when they feel like it should be fair use and when it's not. So it can
like,
be
yeah,
very
yeah.
wonky, right?
like
Copyright
they-
in Japan is weird.
Like I mean,
Yeah, well,
JoJo
Shonen
itself
Jump
is
went
like the whole
after the
thing with like
Dragon
the
Ball fan art community hard. Like
That too.
So, like, but it's like, I mean, JoJo is a good example. Just like all the names of the stands, or in some characters like Vanilla Ice. Like
Well-
they're all pop culture references. But like that was
Yeah.
the thing, man. Is it like when I was doing this book, I made sure that I was very careful. Like
That's good.
the whole point is that like it's effectively the Dio versus Jotaro fight, but like it's got its own identity too. And
Right. I could see its fair use. And like Japanese companies tend to be okay with like doujinshi and stuff, so
sometimes, because like I mean,
Generally.
honestly, like we're actually AC and I are actually going through watching some of the Lupin the Third movies and stuff, and I can't help but just now we're going through all the thing about how Lupin the Third had to actually be dubbed as like Wolf or Boss or whatever in different dubs because the guy that did the original Arsène Lupin families, the whole fair use thing was just like very tremulous, and they had to cancel some like full series that they planned for that too.
Yeah. No, and like it is a very, very tricky thing to get to deal with, and that was one of the initial things. Like, do I even want to do this because of the legal aspects? But like the more that I looked into it, is like, the amount of other series that borrow from JoJo and make references to it, like between that and then you have the whole protection of fair use copyright on parody, right?
Mhm.
Like I can do a parody of something, and so long as I can say, yeah, it's a parody, like it's pretty much like you're good. And it's protected even further by the characters that are here. Yeah, we've made them like homages to Dio and Jotaro, but Julius Caesar and Poppy Magnus are as public domain as it gets.
Yeah.
having been
You
actual
would
people
think.
Have you
having
guys?
been actual people in history that have been dead for
I
longer
guess
than
it's-
any estate's been around.
I guess it's more of the characters themselves are public domain and they're historical figures. It's just you're using a style, but
Yeah.
the actual story content and characters aren't a ripoff of JoJo.
Have you
Yeah,
guys
like
seen that North American comic that actually did like steal all of the ideas and the plot for JoJo's Bizarre Adventure?
No, what are you talking about?
I have not, but
Which
that's
one?
It's a
on-
North American comic from the 90s. I'm looking it up on Google. It's called Diesel.
Oh, I didn't even know about that. Oh, that's lame.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, that's hilarious. Way to go.
How
Oh, Count
bad
Dooku.
did they get hit?
Like
I want to see this.
like it's just
Count-
it's just JoJo's, but like everybody is white, you know. And
Do you want to share
and-
share your screen if you have it pulled up?
oh
That'd be
yeah,
fun to see.
sure. I've never shared screen
can
with you
pick a
guys.
window.
Because let's go down this rabbit hole. Count
Okay.
Dooku for 5. Thank you. So Count Dooku
Okay.
with his tagline, "I dream of reading."
Okay.
Thanks. He says, "Good evening, Comsky Queen. Good, I'm Queen. Good vibes to you all." And backer 987, thank you very much. Kiss the cover campaign. Thanks, Count Dooku. He's on a crusade to try to get me to kiss his book cover. I'm just saying it's not going to stick because it's gloss and stuff, but I can kiss it. You're just not going to be able to tell. But thank you very much, Count Dooku. Okay, just had to get the super chats out of the way, and let me see if there's any others I missed. Sorry, I have to catch up. Nolan Lockhart for $4.99. Thank you. I don't know if you've done my orders, but I'm cool getting one good book and the rest having a little triangle on them. Oh, I'm still gonna try to get everyone good books. Yeah, I'd rather not ship people damaged books, but thank you. I'm not sure if I've done yours. Did you do the bulk retailer perk? I don't remember. I've been doing so many books, but I appreciate it. No, I'm just like in a haze, like half drunk half the time, just like trying to finish packing these books late into the night every day. It's been
No, like Irene mentioned too, like she says that she's actually making all these other orders too. So it's like it's not like she's prioritizing just whoever gets it first to get the good copies or anything, you know?
Yeah, I'm going in order of backer numbers, so I'd rather not ship the ones that are dented. So
Okay, I think I'm
unless
sharing.
you're in a hurry.
Am I sharing screen, guys?
You are.
Yeah.
There you
Okay.
go.
Yeah. This is the comic. It was like
Oh my
it's straight up
God.
like the stand is straight up like Stark Platinum, but like more bestial, just blue guy, and like it's just like
I
you know,
have seen this. Somebody shared this with me.
It's
when
ju-
I was
and they
doing
straight
the
up
initial
called them.
thing.
And they straight up called them stands and everything.
Wow, that is so bad.
Because nobody was reading these mangas in the West at the time, so it's like I can just rip this whole thing off, you know.
The art is not bad though.
It's very 90s.
It's very yeah, like it's
Enemy
definitely
stand.
a product of his time. Oh God.
Wow,
I
that
don't even
is
know
very
if I wanna
90s
read
art.
This seems like this would be like the kind of thing that like you read to make fun of.
Oh my gosh! Can you zoom in on the art some?
Oh yeah. Give me
Yeah,
this.
can you get rid of like the eternal tunnel of our faces? And
Yeah, I was about to
jeez.
say it's like that's
Okay.
kind of
It's just- I was hoping to be able to actually see
can
stuff.
you just full screen it? I don't know why.
All right.
You could just share a window instead of your entire
I know. I
desktop.
tried to show him, but then he refused because he didn't want to do it.
I want to
it's
see
all
stuff.
good. My goodness.
John, I
They
did not
weren't
get the
even being
reference.
subtle, man. Like
No, because they didn't need to. They didn't need to be subtle. Is the point? Like that's what they just used all the terminology and the look. I believe
is
they
he
also
walking
had like
in on Dio and about to fight Dio.
yeah he is like down here. There's Dio just waiting.
Oh
for
my!
him.
Just straight
He's
up ripped
even
it
got him
off.
with the same freaking hair.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's
Dude.
perfect.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you guys ever want to check it out, I've never seen it. I've just seen like reviews talking like, oh, did you want to see Gringo JoJo? Here it is. But I've never actually read it. So, but there it is.
I mean,
There you go, guys.
oh my goodness.
The
By
more
way,
you know.
John, we all know that Irene is uncultured and doesn't know old American shows. But that's an old. I think it's
Pardon
a black and
me.
white.
Oh, it's black and why would you know that?
You know no shows. You don't know any shows, but yeah.
The whole that's true. I don't watch anything.
I Dream of Jeannie. It was like I think it was a black and white, like old.
Are you trying to say that I Dream of Jeannie is a JoJo ripoff?
No, we were talking
No,
about
because Count Dooku keeps on saying I dream of Rini. I was like, I don't know what that reference is to, but I guess it's a reference to something. Apparently, it's a reference to A Dream of Jeannie.
Yeah, which is a really old show. Like,
I didn't know that.
She's literally like a genie, and she just lives in this guy's house. I don't know anything else about it. Though.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you're right. You know what? I was actually confusing the two because there was the Bewitched and I Dream of Jeannie happened around the same time. So I was like,
I was going to say, I was like, that's
oh yeah. It was the same concept. It was some
woman can wash dishes.
No. It's a couple of white guys that get a magical waifu, but it's just like the Bewitched. The difference is Bewitched does magic when she shakes her nose, and I Dream of Jeannie shakes her hips to do magic. So you see, it's very different.
It's a very different concept.
I don't know. I don't know either of these references.
He's comparing you to a magical waifu. Just so you know.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll take that. Sure. Yeah. That's not in reality.
Anyway, Michael, thank you for answering my questions.
Gross nerd in a dungeon. Right, okay. Now that Nick is done with his 5 million questions about those are good questions though. But he's just so excited. He's like, I need to ask everything. Oh,
yeah.
The one that I usually get is, what does the SPQR stand for?
I know, man. Like, I'm really sorry, Michael. I know that you only really appreciate people that feign interest on projects, like people that just have honest interest in it. It's just like, I know it's super bothersome, and the difference between 100 questions and 2, numbers can get mixed up for Irene.
Oh no! I mean, I'm just really bad. Math is difficult. Math is difficult for me, but I assure you, I'm very sincere. I just don't like being cut off, but that's okay. That's okay. I love my friends. I will tolerate this chaos. Anyhow. All in good fun, just kidding. Yeah, let's start from the top, I suppose. I did notice the art is really, really good now that we've gotten the inception of this project out of the way and the whole legal ramifications, which are... I was definitely thinking of asking that too. Very good to know about all that. How did you go about, like, what is the team? You mentioned finding the artists, but who are the artists? Because it looks like you have multiple people. How did you assemble the team? Who's doing what? And can you give us a little snippet about the story itself?
Yeah. So the as far as the story is concerned, it's, I guess, now 33 pages, and it's because we unlocked the 7-page Awe, as opposed to the 7-page Muda. But so like the whole point is I initially it was like, oh, this is just gonna be like a one-shot ash can kind of deal, so one-shot floppy, and we're gonna print it manga style. We're gonna do all of this stuff because if you're gonna go in for a shtick, you go in all the way. So I was asking around to see if there was anyone that knew an artist that could do a really good homage of Araki, right? Because if you're going to do a JoJo Bizarre Adventure thing, you have to, like, the style's got to be there. They've got to, like, everything's got to pop. You've got to have that flamboyant, eccentric style that he brings.
You gotta read enough issues to know all the poses too.
Oh, dude, I straight up, I went, because the story of this is obviously, Caesar goes to cross the Rubicon, and then Pompey's there, and they have a stand fight on the Rubicon River. Like, that's the story. Like, that's it. That's literally all that's happening. Is Caesar?
That's all
Caesar
we
shows
need.
Up there. Pompey's there. You have it was me, Pompey thing. They start to walk towards one another, and it's that's it. Like, that's all. Like that's what this is. It's unabashed, just silliness. And we have a great time with it.
Yeah. No, yeah, that's the one that I was referring to when we first talked. It's like we were scrolling down. I was like, okay, it uses JoJo. So I was like, oh, it's straight up. It's JoJo Dio here.
The whole art style and everything. It's so the art style is so spot on though.
Here, more than the art style is like because like when you look at the stuff on the top, you're like, okay, the style fits exactly. And like here's like all the color choices are very overt here because it's like this is exactly the colors for the world and Star Platinum too.
Yeah, well, again,
Yeah.
that was the whole thing. Was it was like, you know, when we were doing this main cover, I went and I looked. This is actually an homage to like the final chapter of Dio's world. So this was the cover. Like if you scroll down on the campaign, I even showcase the two side by side. But like this, like I found this cover and I sent it to our artist Kari, and I was like, we need to make this happen. Like this has to be the main cover of the book. It's an homage. It's perfect, and it's everything that we need it to be. And so, I mean, she just delivered, and finding her was absolutely just pure luck.
Who is this artist?
Her name
the
is
same
Kari
artist as
Salviejo. She's
the
a brand.
interiors?
Yeah, she did the
Right.
interior art. Like
This
she's
is fucking
phenomenal.
fantastic.
Wait,
This is
yeah.
really good interiors.
Could you
Her
repeat
name is
that, Michael?
Kari Salviejo, and she's from the Philippines. Absolutely phenomenal.
Salviejo.
She was
Her
knocking
name's
these out on an
somewhere in
average of
the-
a page a day.
Is
Oh
her
my
name somewhere on the
God.
page? Because
I'm trying to find it. Is it? Do you have credits?
Yeah, I like if you scroll up, I'm fairly certain that I have her listed up
I'm like,
there.
it's like all the way at the bottom. Let's see.
Let's see. It should be here.
Not-
If I know that I have her name on the cover. It got Salviejo up there.
Art,
But-
use mini print,
Oh man,
compact.
I goofed. I'm gonna have to go freaking put that into the campaign.
Oh, you
so
gotta do
sick.
that. That's really good art.
Yeah, I know. Like,
Yeah,
well,
I was
have-
like, the first thing I thought was like, who is this artist? I need to know who the artist is. I have to follow them.
yeah, I will. And you know what we'll do is.
In the meantime, Michael, do
Isn't that
you happen
bottom?
to have a link to her art as well to just put it on the chat for
or
everybody to
can
see?
you at least like spell
I've got her
name?
Instagram.
Oh, there you go.
So,
Yeah, can you put that in the private chat?
yeah, I
Oh,
got
that's
you.
a nice sandy. All right, let me see in the bottom. Lots of extra items.
And then we looked,
yeah, I don't
we
see her
looked up-
name.
Yeah, like
Gotta put her name on there.
I just posted up her Instagram in the private chat, and then what I will do is, I was fairly certain. I've done like several edits to this campaign throughout because whenever I get like feedback, I listen to it, and I shift things to fit the feedback that I get. So like I'm fairly certain that I had it up there at one point, and it might have just been one of those things that accidentally.
So somebody said it just would look better. We just moved her out of it.
Yeah. So let's see. What we'll do is
Let me full screen some of these pages. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh, I'm glad we can zoom in. I love how you went with like the Roman or the Latin spelling to how the J's are I's
like,
and the U's are V's. So
I-
it's
I'm
like
a-
if lives Caesar.
I am a classicist. I'm finishing up my history degree, and I'm actually
Ooh.
I'm actually going to be published in an academic journal. I may have uncovered a genuine ancient Roman conspiracy, which is really exciting.
That's cool. Okay, we're gonna have to history nerd out sometimes.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
Now, I did not know you were actually a historian. Now I know who I can bother with history questions. This is great.
Oh,
That was
absolutely.
actually one of my questions. I was like thinking, like, are you just like a casual fan of history with a good idea?
Oh no,
Like,
no, I was my bedtime story so my first series is Elysian Fields, and like that was all born out of like my bedtime story as a kid was my dad had this beautifully illustrated abridged version of the Iliad and the Odyssey. So like ever since I was a kid, I was all about history, mythology, you name it. From a history standpoint, like my biggest strengths are like classical antiquities from the Proto-Greek civilizations through the fall of Rome, and then oddly enough, also French Revolution through Napoleon. are like the
Interesting.
big areas where like I've done the most amount of study and research.
Right. I haven't super been into Roman history, but recently I've slowly been getting more into it. So there's like so much resources on it, and I tend to gravitate more towards like really old things, like old Europe and pagan and prehistory. But then recently I realized Roman history just reads like a nonstop soap opera with a lot more murder.
Yes.
And
No, like,
I'm kind of learning to love it.
Like that's the whole thing, is the Romans were very good about recording their history, but also dramatizing it. You know, like they like in a way, Rome's culture is a pseudo Greek culture as well. When Greece was first getting started, a lot of people don't realize this, but like Greece didn't have like a lot of fertile land. It's a lot of rocky mountainous terrain. So a lot of the polis would send out people to cultivate colonies, and some of the most prominent Greek colonies were established in Syracuse and the southern areas of Italy. So there's a lot of Greek. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of Greek influences on Roman culture when you just base off like even just like the basic Olympian gods. Effectively, it's the same pantheon except Lato-Etruscan names as opposed to Greek. But like, yeah, I could go on that in a whole other for like a whole other hour. I don't want to bore the chat.
No, I don't think you will bore the chat. I think chat would love you going on this tangent for an hour. Also, it's not really a tangent because it's totally relevant to the work. Yeah, so like, it's all about if you have time, because I can be here all night.
I can do it. Really good, like absolutely, and like that, like that's the whole thing. Is it's like the Romans have this flair for narrative. They love to tell stories, and so you get these colorful things. Like one of my favorite stories about Julius Caesar isn't a military story. It's from his political career. And so in the Senate, there's a guy, Cato the Younger, who is probably Caesar's biggest detractor. He despises Caesar. And so one day, Caesar, who is a notorious man slut, we'll just call it what it is. He gets around. Gets a note in the middle of the Senate, and Cato thinks that he has caught Caesar getting a bribe or getting some correspondence with somebody that he has bribed or something like that. And so he demands that Caesar reads this in front of the Senate, and it is a love letter from Cato's sister.
Oh, that's great. And he reads it like super explicit, just reads it in the Senate as well, right?
The Romans were not shy about lewd sex acts. So like Cato's sister is talking about like some pretty explicit things.
Oh,
and
God.
Like Cato just eventually just goes, "No, you can stop," and was like the laughing stock for like several months. It's one of my favorite stories about the guy. It has nothing to do with his military career.
That's pretty great, though. That's pretty great. He was a man whore, so good for him.
Couldn't help but just picture Dio doing that.
Well, it's like it's
perfect. It was made to be.
It is. Well, like, and it's funny because there were actually people that were like, "Man, why did you have it be that like Caesar was Jotaro and not have him be Dio?" I was like, because Caesar a badass. I want him to win.
True.
And that is correct. What is
Kaiser? So it's Kaiser.
I forget though. Was it? Oh, and I cut both of you guys. Go ahead.
So what I was just gonna say is the way that his name is pronounced. I mean, like, allegedly, the way that his name is pronounced in Latin is Gaius Julius Caesar.
Caesar. I was about to ask, how much Latin do you know? Because I'm kind of into languages.
I was like, an honor student. Like at this point, it's like super rusty. I haven't used it since high school, but I was an honor student and I held an A average. So
nice.
Very
Awesome.
cool.
So it should be Caesar, Gaius
Caesar.
Julius
so
Caesar.
the
Interesting.
real question here is, because I am completely lost with the names, how do you pronounce SP?
This is the question I get on every stream. So it is an acronym. It's SPQR. So Minnie, you got it right off the bat, and you made me so happy. And I knew that wasn't intentional because you're like SPQR. Yes, that is correct. So what
How do other people pronounce it?
Mandy tried to literally just go Spiquera. And it's just like,
Oh, well,
she just gave
SPQR.
up.
It's the Rome abbreviations for the motto.
Yes. So what it stands for is Senatus Populosque Romanus, which is the Senate of the people of Rome.
Oh.
Like when I was doing this.
Oh my god!
I thought you would know this, AC. Aren't you? Don't you like history?
I'm just gonna get shamed out of the chat.
I was gonna say more that the words just sound so similar that you can kind of figure it out regardless.
That's the beautiful part of this. So like when I was trying to come up with the name for this, I needed something that was 4 letters and that could be evergreen if I decided to do more of these. Because as everyone knows, every JoJo follows a different JoJo. But like I needed something that if I wanted to do more, that I could come back to and it would be constant and it wouldn't need changing. And the beautiful thing is that no matter what era of Roman history you are in, there is always a Senate of Rome. The Senate never goes away. It is there from the time of the founding and the 7 kings. It's there through the Republic, obviously, as the main governing body, and it's there through the Empire. The Senate never goes away.
Senate has a stand, right? I mean, an eidolon, right?
So actually, Pompey's eidolon is De Republica, which is Cicero's work on how the Senate breaks Polybius's theory of anacyclosis.
Oh, this is so
the
nice.
Cycle of governments.
I love it. Yes.
And then Caesar's stand is De Bello for his 2 prominent works, Commentarii de Bello Gallica and Commentarii de Bello Civili, the commentaries of the Gallic Wars and the commentaries of the Civil War.
So,
oh my god! So the stands are named after the stands are named after
They're named
famous
after major
works
Roman
by
literature works.
Right, and is that always like by the character that the stands fight for, or is it
I couldn't do that for Pompey because Pompey never wrote anything. So what I did was Cicero was probably the most prominent politician of Rome during this time, and he was of the Pompeian faction during the Civil War. So Cicero wrote Republica, which it's perfect. It codifies and embodies everything that the Republic is supposed to be. So it was just the perfect thing. So De Republica for his stand, and then De Bello for Caesar's.
I love that. Their stands are what they ideologically stand for, and they're named after that as well. Whoa, that's so cool. All right, Nick, you were saying what?
I wanted to ask, considering that you're using the idea of stands on the stories, aside from the names that they have regarding their works, how do these guys actually work within the world? Because one of the funnest things in Araki's work is that you were kind of just waiting for okay, they look goofy and stuff, but what does each one do? Because it'll be a puzzle on how you beat them and stuff.
So with this, I literally I model everything to be just I model it to be
a reflection of the series that you're taking off of for the JoJo.
Yeah, what?
Sorry, it's just you seem to be having trouble saying this. What were you trying to say?
I was just trying to word so effectively when it comes down to this story, they have their specific stands have the same stand powers as Dio and Jotaro, right? That's the whole point, because you've got to have if you're going to make the homages, you've got to be able to do the time stop. You've got to be able to do that stuff. We call them different things. So in this, the time stop is called Aeternum rather than the world. Aeternum being the Latin word for eternity. And so like that's the whole thing. Is it's like we have it be this whole thing where like they're doing the same kind of thing so that we can make the jokes, we can make the references and everything, and really cater to JoJo, but then it's got its own identity as a Roman thing. Like, you know, the stands aren't screaming, you know, ora and muda. Caesar's stand screams awe, which is Latin for hail, and Pompey's stand screams cede, which is Latin for stop, like it's a command, like you yield.
So it's a JoJo and Dio, the ones that are gonna be having stands in the book, or are there other characters in there that also have stands?
So this one is just a 25 pager. Like it got extended to a 33 so that we could do like the 7-page Awe. But so like there wasn't a lot of time when I initially came up with this. I kind of wanted to start it in the Gallic Wars and have him fight Vercingetorix and have Vercingetorix be a stand user too, and like, you know, have his stand do things, and like they fight at Elysian and have Caesar's stand do a 2 walls move, because you know, see, like the reason why Caesar won the siege of Elysian is he constructed 2 major walls of fortification within a week to block in the Gallic force at Elysian, and then to block a reinforcement force that was coming to help out as well, and he did that within a week. For the reinforcements, he builds the second wall in like a day, over like 40 miles of earthworks. So it's like it was insane. So like I was going to have stuff like that, but it's just, you like when I said that it was a 25-page Ashcan, you're very limited. So it's like,
no, you're
like,
sure, especially when you're starting out, you want to just like get the story down, and you're kind of testing just how big your project can really be.
Yeah, like that was the whole thing. So this was just supposed to be like a little joke book initially, and it is blown up way beyond that at this point.
I need to see it blow up even more. I need to see this in multiple historical figures, even outside of Rome. It needs to be a giant series.
That's the thing. So like this has garnished enough support that I am going to do a full-blown, full storyline SPQR that will focus on Caligula, and I have a fantastic story for it. It is going to blow people away.
Yes!
It is going to be Caligula fighting Neptune, and it is going to be stylized after Golden Wind, and Caligula is going to have his design based off of Giorno Giovanna.
Oh man, so are you planning on also shifting the style that much? Because that was a big shift over from the old style of like really buff guys.
Yeah, like, and but like that's the thing is I am a firm believer of if you are committing to a shtick, you go 100% or you don't do it at all. Like how even with SPQR, everything's done from right to left. The books will be printed from right to left. Everything will be manga sized. Like the pages are formatted for manga style printing. Like it is a full shtick. Like you're not you're like it's a I pulled out all the stops when it came down to this. Like if I'm going to commit to something, I'm going to do it.
Yeah, no, definitely appreciate that. I mean, you're not just making the reference. You're trying to make this, like, you're going all the way. The style is right. You're making all the Roman and historical references. I like how you're knowledgeable about the history as well. So it's not like half-assed. It's not like, oh, I had an idea and I'm just throwing it out there. And I think that's why the reception is so good, because you're not treating it as a joke. You're like, I care about this, I know the background, and I'm actually going to like make all the Latin words are accurate and shit, and that's great.
So, Michael, you really found an excellent artist for the book. I love Kari's work. Are you going to be bringing her back on for?
She is going to be doing the next SPQR. This piece was not done by her. This was actually done by I can never pronounce this guy's last name, but his Instagram follow is InkArtLouis. He is phenomenal, and I got this completely out of chance. I messaged him and I was like, just out of curiosity, what are your rates? And he was like, sorry, man, I'm not taking any commission work right now.
Sorry.
And I went, okay, good to know. And then I got a message from him a week later. Hey, I just had a commission drop. These are my rates. Are you still interested? And I went,
Cool.
yes, please. Yes. And he did.
Get in there.
Knocked this out. And so initially this was just it was initially just going to be a pre-launch. We have a pre-launch secret perk that's like a special edition of the book with a holofoil wraparound cover. And so that's what this was made for initially. But we had such great reception to it that it's now if you back anything on the campaign, you get this as a mini print.
Oh, awesome.
Oh, okay, cool.
So is the holofoil cover still a special variant you said for the sign-ups?
Yes, it's still there. If you've backed any Nine Realms books before, or you were on the pre-launch sign-up, you should have it, and you should have the link in your email, and you can get it. You get the main story of the book, which is now 33 pages, but you also get an art gallery of the character concepts and initial pages, because Kari, when she initially did the book, she was still kind of trying to get her legs, and she did really well in those first few pages, but her style leveled up. And so she went back and redid a whole bunch of pages too.
Oh, wow.
Oh, cool. That's always fun to see when you have like the beta version of things. Kind of like those weird tentative chapters of Berserk when it was first pitched.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the weird 50-pager. I love
where
those.
Guts has an eye patch. Yeah. This is
Yeah.
an interesting time.
That was so great. So that preliminary work, that's only available for people who signed up. Is that my understanding correct?
It's a pre-launch exclusive edition. Now we do have a tier where you can get the special edition with a special cover. Rini, we'll talk later. I can see the look on your face. So we'll talk. But we have a Yes I Am a JoJo reference tier where you pay. It's effectively you pay for a fully covered commission of yourself as a JoJo stand user that serves as your cover for the special edition of the book, and you also get a standard copy, a standard edition of the book, and a mini print of your commission.
I know that this is not to undermine how cool all that sounds, but whoever gets the JoJo portrait of themselves, do they get a stand as well?
Yeah, no, like you get a stand. Cool. It's you as a stand user.
Nice.
So you send in references, you send in how you want yourself posed, you send in what you want your stand to be, and we make it happen.
This is only for people. Oh, only 5. Wait, so is this something that's still available?
Yep. There are 2 left. There are 2 left.
I see the sparkle in Nick's eye. I feel like one of those might be going.
What eyes? I can't even see it.
I can't see myself. I have no idea. The comments are always covering me. I'm not usually the bottom one.
Oh, you can kind of see Nick like peering over the edge.
He's like, can I please?
Sorry, I relegated you there. Here, I'll switch you guys. Is that better?
That's fine. No, it's fine.
Oh no! Alright, AC fell. Kantuku for 2, thank you. Says the art is real nice. Black and white work is underrated. That's true.
Yeah.
Yes. I understand. Yeah, and I understand why people, especially an American audience that grows up with color books, they're more used to it.
But whoever's following JoJo,
yeah,
we're bound to and it gives you guys the liberty of doing Araki's thing, where he actually has said that there's no canonical colors to his characters, and that's what he just colors it however the hell he feels like on every.
Oh my god,
that's why in the anime there's strange color schemes sometimes.
That's the most JoJo thing I've ever heard. Yeah, man.
This is the one where they're in the town.
Toriyama does the same thing, honestly.
Which is the season where they're in the town? Is that Diamond is Unbreakable? I forget.
Yes.
Yeah, that would explain like all their crazy color choices in there. How like. anytime something intense is going on, everybody just like turns green and stuff.
I mean, if you're talking about the animated series, they picked
Yeah.
that from the previous season too, where they're trying to push it, but they definitely started to like show it a bit more, and I think it's because the designs were a bit more homogenized with the school uniform. They had to really push the colors more.
Huh.
That's wild. Yeah, that's a very JoJo thing. But you know, I understand the value of color clearly, but also like good black and white art is like mwah, like it should be appreciated.
Yeah, and also just like Araki's work tends to be so busy, and he's so what's the word? He's very ambitious on what he wants to communicate sometimes on pages. And honestly, without a bunch of diagrams, you're like, you went too ambitious. We have no idea what the fuck is happening here. You're gonna have to waste another page explaining what the hell you drew there. So black and white can really be helpful on some of them.
Right.
Absolutely.
And it's hard to like Curry really make the black and white read well too. That's the problem sometimes with black and white.
But even then, even if you guys make it read badly, it's just like it's a reference. It's just like a work.
It's just JoJo. So whatever.
It's a JoJo reference.
It's a JoJo reference.
It's a JoJo reference too.
Yeah, it can be messy and it can be a total disaster. But no,
you have like the perfect out for any art inconsistencies or plot holes.
Yeah, but that's the style of JoJo, so it fits. Yeah,
it's a good time.
Also, she does really good anatomy. Like I appreciate good anatomy work. Nice flow to the storytelling.
Gosh,
yeah,
She's phenomenal.
you're really lucky to get this artist, man. She's really good.
I found like this is one of the I pride myself on trying to find like up and coming talent when I do books, because there was a point where I was my biggest obstacle getting into this industry. You know, for years I had people tell me, "Why aren't you writing your own stories? Why aren't you doing this?" And I was like, "Oh, well, you can't really just do that. That's not how it works. You can't just do that." And then,
what?
Yeah, I know. That's how I always saw it, man. I think a lot of it had to do with where I was in life and how I kind of saw things. And you know, it took a while, but I eventually got out there and I started doing things. But I want one of my big missions is to help people get noticed, get out there. And you know, I'm not a big name, but I've done this is my fourth campaign, fourth book that I've done. And I've been building a reputation, and I like to think I have a good eye for talent. Kari is probably one of the best artists that I've scouted so far, and it was all based off of a recommendation of the colorist that's remastering Elysian Fields for me.
Oh, okay. You know, because one of the questions that I meant to ask you there was that how many people did you actually have to decide between? Because it is very. I've seen some really good and very commonly see artists doing fan art of JoJo's stuff in that style.
It was very slim. I actually
Oh wow, cool. Wow.
I had reached out to 2 people before, but they turned it down because they didn't want to be pigeonholed into a specific style. I was like, that's completely fine. I completely get it. But I do need somebody that can imitate that will do an imitation of Araki for the entire comic. And that's
you're right, because that can be difficult. But it's that's the thing is there's so many fan artists for some of these series, especially with the newfound fame of JoJo.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, but then I messaged Avery, who's our colorist for our new colorist for Elysian Fields that I've brought on. And he's a Filipino artist as well, and I he works with a lot of manga style artists, coloring their work for commissions and everything. And so I was like, "Do you know anybody that can do a good imitation of Araki?" Within 5 seconds, he just goes, "Here's Kari Salviejo's information. You reach out to her, tell her I sent you, and yeah." And so I reached out to Kari. We talked about it. I told her what I was looking to do. She sent me an initial character sketch of Julius Caesar, and I just went, "Okay, yeah, you're hired." Yeah, this is perfect. This is exactly what we need. And
nice.
So yeah,
cool. Oh, speaking of fan artists liking JoJo style and all that, a curious fact: before Clamp actually started making their things more professional and like making themselves like a household name, one of the most well-known pieces that they had done as a fan collective was a doujinshi of JoJo's, and it was a
Oh, I didn't know that.
it was a pairing between Jotaro and what's the name of the guy that does the thing on his
Oh my
mouth?
gosh, what?
Hakuin.
Kakuin. Like it's a pairing of both of them, and they're
Infamous
dating, and they mysteriously find an egg one morning that of a baby Jotaro with a baby Star Platinum. This just happened somehow.
What?
Of
And
course.
that little fan art character has been famous enough that it has shown up on other works of other
Oh my God.
fans.
Oh my gosh, I
Have you
did
ever
not
seen
know
like
that.
a chibi like Jotaro? It's not Jotaro. It's like the baby of Kakuin and Jotaro canonically made through the doujinshi of Clamp, and what is like after the fact acknowledged by Araki as well.
Wait, so
Because his
that
wife-
Clamp baby shows up in Araki's work?
Araki has acknowledged it, and like he's kind of made it a 10 years like canonicity to it because his wife it was like
Oh my
big
God.
friends with the Clamp girls.
That's so great. I love this. Gosh,
Ah, oh my God.
that's
this is
great.
crazy.
This is like
That's
the
pretty
manga
fantastic.
lore, dude. Yeah, I'm clearly not the biggest JoJo fan. Nick is like the big JoJo expert here, but
I
like
like
this
this
is like
too.
really,
Okay.
this is awesome, like old manga knowledge, and
You guys gotta
that's so
look
crazy
at
though because Clamp are already their household names and they've been around so long. I grew up
But
on Clamp,
they
and like
were
JoJo's even
originally-
older.
They were originally a club of girls that would do fan art and doujinshis.
Oh
That
man.
makes a lot, honestly.
That's we gotta. Do you guys have the baby pulled up?
yeah.
Clamp
Yeah,
baby.
I just
Let's take a
Googled
look. It's
Clamp
fucking hilarious.
JoJo.
Yeah,
and
sure,
I got
sure.
all these results.
I
Sure,
didn't
sure,
know
sure,
this.
sure.
Oh my god! And I
Sure,
love
sure.
Clamp. What
Sure
the
enough.
shit?
Well,
Oh, that's great. Don Rico has a quick question. How much about Caligula was real, and how much was like
That's
bullshit?
actually why I chose him for the JoJo story. It's because everyone knows about Caligula as this batshit insane guy that made his horse consul of Rome and sent legions out to stab at the ocean and collect seashells as bounty in a war against Neptune. And so, like, the thing about primary sources from a Roman standpoint is whenever you are reading something and it's effectively a portion of history about somebody like Caligula or somebody like Nero, you kind of got to take everything with a grain of salt because these guys hated them. Like Tacitus, not a big Nero fan. Tacitus has quite
Right.
possibly the worst accounts of Nero that you will find. But when you look across other primary sources, they're not consistent. Most of them are negative about Nero. But the other interesting thing is that it's also acknowledged by all those sources that Nero was an extremely popular emperor. Oh my God.
Yeah. By the way, that's in Spanish.
so
But
weird.
like, if you look,
I
if you look
think that
at
it's
what-
hilarious that old man Joseph is so excited.
Okay,
Oh,
so
yeah. He's like,
let's translate this.
yeah. Well, I mean, I think like the only relevant one is the middle panel where like Polnareff is just like, Kakuin, did you lay this egg?
Did you lay this egg?
I don't know. It was there when I woke up.
What the hell?
Grandpa
So
Joe was
weird.
like, good job, Kakuin.
So bizarre. Like seeing JoJo
I just
characters
think
in
that it's
their
funny that-
style.
I just think that it's funny that Joseph is so excited despite the fact that his like probably most iconic scene as old man Joseph is him throwing his fist up in the air and going, "I will never forgive the Japanese."
Oh my god!
thought you were gonna reference how he was a deadbeat dad to just be able to make Star Platinum canon.
No,
What,
Joseph
you
wasn't a
laid it-
deadbeat dad. He didn't know about Josuke.
Ah,
The kids
Yeah,
the
you know,
kids he
it's-
knew about, he took great care of.
yeah.
He has a great relationship with Holly.
Like, sure,
Yeah.
sure. Oh my god, the JoJo baby.
Oh my
Yeah, that's the same. That's the one.
That's hilarious.
It looks like Shin-chan.
I love
but
that it
with like
glares back at Jotaro.
with like
they have a
glary,
and it has a
handsome
little-
anime
And it
eyes.
has a little
my
JoJo
God.
star tattoo.
Oh
thing.
my god.
Oh, that's
I'm
the end.
so glad we
Yeah.
discovered this.
Oh yeah, and like
What the shit?
I think that the last little bit of like curious facts about this weird doujinshi is that because they ran out of tarot cards during Stardust Crusaders, the baby Star Platinum is actually called Charmy Green because of a popular baby soap in Japan.
That doesn't surprise me at all.
The weebery
Just think
is
this the same.
escalating.
It's kind of hard to tell sometimes because there are a lot of doujinshi out here.
Anyway, I just wanted to bring that up. Didn't mean to derail the whole thing.
No, that's absolutely fantastic.
Well, it is interesting. Yeah, the art is really good, but of course it is because it's Clamp.
Oh, yeah.
Jay said to send the artist a link if Kari's available. She's more than welcome to just like craft
lives in
her
the
own.
Philippines.
She lives in the Philippines, so I don't know if she's even conscious right now. And she's got
It's
a
the-
baby. So
Okay, right. It should be the exact opposite time of us, so about 10 a.m. over there right now.
yeah.
I'm very aware of like Eastern Asia time, but yeah, she has a baby. Well, she's welcome. Just in case.
I'll shoot her a message and see if she wants to come on.
Yeah. Just throwing that out there. But yeah, it's baby JoJo. I'm so glad I discovered this. What were we even talking about? I totally forgot where we were.
I don't know.
Caligula.
Right, Caligula.
Yeah,
What's
Caligula.
Clamp? Oh, Clamp is a Japanese manga sort of like studio. It's like 4 women, right?
Mhm.
And they drew Cardcaptor Sakura, a bunch of really famous stuff. XXX Holic, Tsubasa. They got that like really iconic style. If you just look up Clamp manga, CLAMP manga, you'll see, and you've probably seen that style. It's Cardcaptor Sakura is probably their most famous work, and
Yeah.
like that look, the way they do the wispy hair and stuff, the eyes, you'll be able to tell.
Yeah.
See. So yeah, apparently they started out doing doujinshi of JoJo's stuff. This is
That's
amazing.
hilarious.
I think this broke my brain.
I love their version of Polnareff too. That's perfect.
He's very cute.
Yeah, and like so many people think that it's like a new thing for fan works and doujinshis to just come around.
Yo.
But it's like they've been happening for so long. It's just that people around you just haven't been exposed to that.
Is Avdol there? How is
Avdol?
Avdol?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, he's got
How is-
got those old anime lips for
Yeah.
black people.
Yeah. He's there in the corner.
And he's around here. He was in like the first shot. I think.
How
Yeah.
is-
To be-
how
to
is
be
he
fair-
there?
To be fair, like it's not just that he's just shoved in the corner
I guess-
because of the lips, but also he was like probably one of the most boring characters in Stardust Crusaders until whenever he popped out that fire chicken is where people actually turned to look at him.
Yeah, this is really good work. I mean, I was surprised. I went to Comic Cat once, and what they call doujinshi there, you would think it's fan work or it's amateur work, but
Oh no,
it's
no!
actually the
Doujinshi
most
can be really good.
not amateur work at all. I mean, I guess that's sort of the conception we have in the West that this is like indie or amateur, but it really is just taking existing IPs and doing your own stories on it, and it's like sort of a copyright, or it's Japanese copyright is really strict, but kind of
it's not
everyone turns a blind eye and just
Yeah, it's not
lets
supposed to
that
be legal,
creativity like really.
It's
They
it's
had the
promoted
free
the
reign.
fandom. It's promoted
Yeah,
the fandom,
it's
so they turn a
promoted.
blind eye. But like, it's kind of like how here in like conventions, you do fan work and you're like, it's gonna be okay until you do too well, and then the companies are gonna pay
Exactly.
attention. You kind of like how
Yeah, well-
like, it happened to what was the name of the artist? Sean Gordon. Oh yeah, Gordon.
Yeah,
Murphy,
his
with his
Wolverine
ABCs.
alphabet thing
Yeah, his
when Marvel was
ABCs
like,
of the
"Ooh,
X-Men.
pay us." Right. Yeah, so for those who don't know, Sean Gordon Murphy, this was years and years ago. He did an art book of Wolverine in different poses, and it was like one drawing for every letter of the alphabet, and it did really well. Then Marvel was like, "Hey, you should be paying us for that." Then he just like was like, "Nope, I'm just not gonna draw fan art of you guys from Marvel characters anymore because you're giving me grief for this." So yeah, but
that doesn't shock me.
I feel so
Yeah.
bad that I didn't pick it up when it was out there. It was so good looking.
Same.
It was back on
Same.
PPR at the time he was putting those out. I remember seeing those in my your feed.
Oh yeah. I believe they're still there actually. But I was like, I wanted the book. I wanted the physical book, and I was there when he was doing it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a pity.
Anyway,
I was like poor.
We should really move out of doujinshis, guys.
Yeah.
Like we keep interrupting Michael and talking about this stuff.
To hang for however long we hang.
Awesome. Yeah, that's what we're
like-
here for. It's weaving out and,
Yeah, man.
learning out of a history.
We've out all day.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, as long as you can say, I don't want to keep hearing. We
yeah.
we tend to go off on tangents about manga and anime in case you didn't know that. So
it's all good. If it gets to a point where I need to go make myself unconscious, I'll let that known and I'll dip out. But I'm having a blast hanging out and chatting. So
awesome. All right. Well, let's continue the weavery then. Here.
Yeah, we can do the weavery.
Let's see. What shall we tackle next? I
have a bit of a complaint, is that you don't have tier for just a PDF version, which means that I can't get it. Because Nick and I live in Colombia, where worldwide shipping means that I'm gonna be paying $50 for what you're selling for $10 for everybody else.
Hey,
Okay, so when it comes down to digital tiers, I might have to revisit my policy on it because I've actually gotten a bunch of comments, especially with this campaign for the digital stuff. But when I first got in, I had digital tiers on my 0 issue of Elysian Fields, and it wasn't like there weren't enough people backing them. And so what I do is I have digital copies, and everyone who backs a physical tier, they get it sent to them. Like, because there are people that don't want to take the book out of the bag and they want it as a collector thing. And so I have it available for that. But like I hadn't been doing digital tiers because when I did my first campaign, we actually did it. It actually got a whole bunch of support, the book itself, but I wasn't really getting any feedback on the digital tiers. Like I think I got like maybe 20 people out of 400. So it was just one of those things where I was like, okay, well, I mean, the market seems to be going for physical, but I have had a lot of people request digital tier for this, and so I'm probably going to add.
I don't know. Like for me, it's just like it's always because of being international that kind of creates that problem. Well, because
and that's my thing is I've got international shipping prorated at $15 for everywhere. And
that actually sounds really nice. Okay.
Yeah. So what I do is I use Critical Blast as a fulfillment service, and so he has partners in different countries that we ship everything to in bulk, and then they handle fulfillment locally, right?
That's awesome.
So I know Rini, you're having issues with shipping things to Australia because it's like $70 for just like a single comic book package right now. But
I heard like there are people who are doing bulk shipments, and you can have a middleman you ship it to. Hockey is doing that, I think, which is great. Yeah,
like Hockey does that. Critical Blast does that, and all of that. And so like that's what I'm doing is that everything's prorated at $15 for international shipping. If I end up having to spend more on an international package, I'll take that loss.
But yeah, I want
to have those books.
That sounds really nice, man. Because like, I remember even when we would be working with publishers, like even things that I'm supposed to be getting for free over here, I would just sometimes I wouldn't even get this, but I would get a letter from customs. I was like, hey, we've detained this package. It is for you. you have to come over and pay extra separately from what they paid so that you can get your stuff.
Holy
It's like,
shit.
this was supposed to be
It's
free.
ridiculous.
If that does happen to you with this book, let me know. I'll help out. Like that, because that's absurd to me. That's freaking ridiculous.
Frankly,
Columbia's
I
like
have to think
uniquely
about it.
painful to ship to as well.
I still have to think about it because you're talking about like you say that it's like a 30-page book that I'd be paying like $25 for. So I'm like, I still have to think about it.
It sounds nice. I definitely would
Like,
appreciate it, especially because like it's an option of that if all of these guarantees are about like actually getting it. Because most of the time I really just feel like I can't get stuff reliably, or it'll be damaged, or I'll have to pay double the book just to even get it here. So again, that sounds great. And it's so rare to even get good physical books here.
That's the thing, is that I tried to make everything very good value on everything, and like the other beautiful thing about this is that this isn't just, obviously this is SPQR, but it's also a good way to catch up on everything that I've done so far as well. And we have 4 books that are out, including to include SPQR. So we've got The Embrace, which was like my entry into doing superhero stuff with Dean James, who's an Australian creator, and we turned some heads with it. I'm really proud of how that turned out. And so if you missed out on that, you're able to get The Embrace. If you missed out on Elysian Fields, we have 2 books of that. Both of them have been completely recolored and everything like that. We're looking to start fulfillment on this in June, so long as like printing and everything doesn't give us any issues. That's the only.
Michael, what do you mean recolored?
So if you scroll down to the Elysian Field section,
you got the old colors and
when I initially did this book, the artist Marcelo Oliveira Costa was handling line work and color work. And so when I put the book out there, we got a lot of great feedback on the story and the line work and everything. But the one thing that we got was that the colors weren't bad, but they were a bit flat, and that I would really benefit, that the line work would benefit from a dedicated colorist. And so I picked up Avery Ferdinand, who I found because he'd colored a book called Harlan Buck Free Sword, which was drawn by Dino Agor. And I've worked with them on another project as well. Phenomenal art team. And Avery is phenomenal at like period piece color work. He's got the metallics for the armor and everything like that down. And so I brought him in for Elysian Fields, and it was night and day difference.
Like when you were talking about it, I didn't like connect the dots. Because like when I was first scrolling through the campaign, I was like, oh, okay, that's just a sample of the flats, and these are the samples of the finished colors.
Yeah.
It makes a world of difference.
It does, and so like that's the whole thing, is that like you can like when it comes down to it, I know that just doing like a $10 like having a $10 book shipped to you with $15, that doesn't really sound like a good value at all. And it's not. It's unfortunate. I wish I didn't have to charge $15 for international shipping. If I could, I would charge 10.
It's also like independent people and stuff. So like I feel like there's an understandable scope for how the complications that one has to do, because you can't make it at the same scope as like some bigger companies.
Yeah,
and even those bigger companies, really fucking expensive to get them over here.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, international shipping is just ridiculous, and there's no way around it. But like
one of those things that comes with global politics. It is what it is, and we as independent creators, we just got to try and make sure that we do the best to give the best deals for international backers, because there's a lot of them out there. The Embrace ships to 15 countries globally.
Oh yeah, there are a lot of international people, even though most of the creators it's primarily like US and Australia and UK, but there are people from all over the world. But what I realized is, I think, and it's probably the difference between when you said you had a digital tier for Elysian Fields versus now. In the past year, I've noticed shipping has gone way up. So it's like recent campaigns, shipping has been so much more cost prohibitive, and like creators have to bump the prices up. Some people are just, even like $20 shipping is breaking even for a lot of people who aren't using services like Critical Blast, which we should all appreciate what they do, by the way. They're awesome. And even with, Critical using partners in other countries, you have to pay more for international. So I like that a lot of people are considering doing digital tiers. I'm not.
Yeah.
I was like very staunch on this is a physical medium and I want my books to be physical, but like a lot of international people have just said
it's the best way for them to
it's
do it.
not ideal, but they want to read the book, and it's probably a good idea. What I'm thinking is for my book, I'm thinking of putting up a digital option after I fulfill the physical book. So I
And
have
that's
like
a
a
good
Gumroad
idea, too.
store. Yeah, and they can so after the physical books are fulfilled and people can buy the PDF online. I don't know if that's the best idea, but maybe with book 2 I'll make a PDF available just right out from the get-go.
It might be because, like, at least in my thought is that thinking from a perspective of an international artist, like, I have a really hard time even convincing people to check out campaigns over here.
Yeah.
Because it's everyone's like, like the shipping is gonna be a pain in the ass. I'm not even gonna get the fucking book, and then also if they don't see things, understand it right away because language barrier. Even when you translate your page and all that, you get this like, oh, there's no option for this. Like, okay, why am I looking at this campaign if I can't get anything from it right when I'm looking at it? It's just like pass by and not look at it again. And so, how are they gonna find out that you have a digital version now?
Yeah, and that is a good point. I mean, like at the end of the day, that there are difficulties with promoting and getting everybody to see everything. I mean, obviously you've got language barriers, you've got, as you said, shipping. Everyone acknowledges shipping is a pain in the butt. That is going to be something that people look at, and it's going to be like, do I really want to pay like an extra $30 to get this thing shipped to me? Like it, and that's why I think that it's so important for indie creators to, when it comes down to international stuff, focus on trying to make the best value possible for international backers.
Definitely.
I remember Anthony Figaro for God's Hand had a specific international tier where like he threw in everything that you could get, and it was like he didn't offer international shipping for any of his normal tiers, but he had an international package that he shipped out, and I thought that was the most brilliant thing.
That's so great.
And like I try to like bring like that kind of value with things. Like we were looking at the Box of Elite Culture tier up there. I think I can't recall what the international shipping on that is, but I think I wanted to make sure that everything was pretty low. But like that gets you all 4 books. It gets you all of our past pinups as mini prints. It gets you a T-shirt from the Embrace. It gets you a 10 by 9 by 4 collector's box. And it gets you a metal print of the art on the collector box in there.
Ooh.
And that's all for $85. Like that's like I wanted to make sure that you had a great value, that it was under 100. Everybody's going through crazy stuff right now. There's the whole world feels like it's blowing up every 5 seconds. And so like this is the thing that I try to make sure that when I do this and I'm pricing like international shipping for this, I try to make sure that it's good. So like here I'll just look at it on my thing right now because I have all the international shipping is prorated on everything. I think
that's really great. You could do that.
Speaking of the international attention, Michael, you mentioned that you had actually started noticing more about the. That you said that you might change your consideration because of how much on this particular campaign you've actually gotten feedback regarding getting those digital copies because of probably international audiences. Do you think that what do you think that's connected to? So like the overall fandom of JoJo, or is there something that you guys did along the way that you feel like maybe caught more of an international eye, or is it just that you've gone through a few projects now and so you have more of a rapport for something?
I think it's a bit of a combination of everything, really. So when obviously when you're getting started, You don't have a name. You don't have a name for yourself. You're
Mhm.
building your reputation. I lucked out. I got in when what I like to call the indie renaissance started. Right. We were like it was like beginning like midway through the crisis in 2020. Like the mainstream companies went pencils down, and so crowdfunding started to boom.
Right.
And so I lucked out and I got in during that. But even still, like, a lot of people aren't going to go out of their limbs on a first time creator when there are other more established people running things. And that's obviously, their right and everything like that. But like, as I said, this is my fourth project. And so I have built a following. I have built a reputation as a creator that fulfills, as a creator that puts out decent quality product.
Right.
I've gotten good feedback on the writing on my books. I've gotten good feedback on how the art comes out. I've gotten good feedback on all of that stuff. And so now I am at a point where, I have people that are willing to invest and do all those things. And if digital, you've had the international backers, but there have even been a whole bunch of domestic backers that's like, I don't have room in my house for more books.
No. I know that there's options for for other people, but it's like since you specifically started talking about this one in particular, I was just wondering, like,
So as far as this tier and what have you, like the big thing that I wanted to do with this is I want to show people what I can do. Like I wrote all the stories for these books. I wrote all the scripts. I want people to see the range of stories that they can expect from me.
Okay.
And as we're building an audience, we have something fun like SPQR that'll bring eyes on. But I've
go ahead.
no, sorry, I completely lost my train of thought.
Oh, okay.
But what is this? This package is sort of like, this is your whole. You have a publishing company, right?
Yeah,
this is sort of a sampler of everything that you've done so far.
Yeah, so Nine Realms Publishing LLC
Nine Realms,
is my publishing is my comic publishing company, and like that's the whole thing. Is I'm trying to build up a brand, and I think that collector boxes are the big thing right now. And
yes,
B,
they are.
Variety of content is good. Like, one of the big debacles right now is obviously, how many variant covers should a book have on a campaign? There are some people that are like, it's like, oh yeah, it's like the 4 variants. Okay, that's fine. And then there are other people where it's like, there are 20 variant covers here. What the hell is going on? And so variety of content is great, and it provides an excellent value. You're getting you're getting a whole bunch of different stories, between both Elysian Fields books. You're looking at, I think, 75 to 80 pages of story, and then for the Embrace, that's 40 pages of story, and then for SPQR, that's 33. So you're getting a very solid amount of story content, and all of them from various different IPs with various different themes. Sorry, I live right by an airport, and
I mean, clearly
it's fine.
Clearly
I do as well.
Clearly, not your stomach, Michael. It's fine.
You're also like on your porch, so it's fine. I live like right next to the airport.
Hey, Michael, since you're talking, because what I was gonna ask before was like, if you were referring to the variety of content regarding what was inside the individual book or all the projects that you have here. So it's like, since you're referring to all of them, and you're also kind of trying to solidify your publishing company, since we've talked a lot about this JoJo influenced book. What are some of the other books that one can also get here about? People
I was
that might
literally about to ask that as well.
Yeah,
can you tell us about Elysian Fields and the Embrace, and just give us a quick pitch about all this?
Because for whoever's into those different genres might be able to, if not maybe this book, be more interested in one of the other books too.
Yeah, so like Elysian Fields is effectively Mortal Kombat with heroes of mythology. Um, it's
Okay.
Nice
every
pitch.
so like effectively it takes place in ambiguous like underworld, and so effectively every 1,000 years there's a tournament called the Abyssal Tournament of Champions where all the respective cultural gods of the dead come together with teams of heroes from their respective mythologies to duke it out for Lord of the Underworld.
Hmm.
And so our story focuses on Team Hades, which consists of Theseus, the Minotaur Slayer, Heracles, the champion of the 12 labors, and its newest member, Achilles, the hero of the Trojan War.
So is this
And
the old campaign?
yep,
Sorry to interrupt, but I'm just gonna
yeah,
pull this
this
up.
was the issue 0 campaign.
And
Okay.
Achilles is on Hades' team.
He is a part of Team Hades. As I said, so like the way that it works is that they all fight for their respective god of the dead, because the whole point is that
Okay,
Hmm.
right.
Also,
effectively in
remember,
the
honey, that like
universe,
Hades is not
all
necessarily a bad guy.
Yeah.
all of these mythologies run off of what's called divine mana, which is effectively energy that's manifested by the
Land
human
cards.
soul. Um, the like it like that comes through like prayer and everything like that, and so effectively being Lord of the Underworld gives you a nuclear reactor of divine mana that's endless, because there's constantly people dying, and so their souls
Yeah.
power the underworld, and so if you have that, you're gonna be doing fine. But once gods run out of divine mana, they aren't really so immortal anymore. Um,
Interesting.
and so like that's the whole thing, is that Achilles was actually locked away and wasn't supposed to be participating in this tournament, and Hades kind of brings him out
Oh, okay.
as kind of a last ditched attempt, because he's running low. He's running low on divine mana, and this is his Hail Mary pass. And the
How
question
come?
is this going to really do well?
Wait,
Well, it
how
does say
come
here.
Hades is running low on divine mana? Or is that
because
a?
because
Secret?
it's kind of ambiguous as to when this takes place, but
Hmm.
like it's kind like it on the ups on the during the world, like where it is on the upside on like the normal world. I kind of make illusions that it's kind of the modern day. They no longer have the
That much
cults of
faith
the
following them.
Olympians and everything aren't there anymore. They aren't receiving prayers. They aren't being powered by the human soul. So, you know, they're dying.
Okay. Yeah,
They're
this
dying
gives me a
out.
lot of what is it, like Record of Ragnarok and Fate Stay Night vibes.
Fate Zero helped me out a lot. Like I got really into Fate
Oh my
Zero,
god.
and it really helped me flesh out this concept. I've had this idea. I had this idea for years, since like middle
Mhm.
school. It started off as just me playing games with my very sad nerdy friends, where we wouldn't just argue about like who would win in a fight between Superman and Batman. It's like, who would win in a fight between Achilles and Gilgamesh? Who would win that? Wrestling match, Heracles versus Beowulf. Who wins? You
Oh
know,
my
like
gosh, you nerd.
And since
I
since
know.
Fate kind of started out with that, but then deviated and then debating on which is hotter. Now you can emphasize that who actually beats each other out.
Yeah,
We've
exactly.
already established that this is just a giant explosion of nerdery and history.
Yes.
Weavery and
and to-
history nerddom.
To answer Nom de Guerre, if he's talking about the SPQR holofoil, no. We were about to finish pre-press on the book, and then we unlocked the stretch goal that gave us an additional 6 pages that need to be drawn.
Oh.
So
Yeah.
we were about ready, and like I was about to send out the digital files, and then we hit a stretch goal, and so now I'm like, well, we got to get those pages done now. So
Yep.
once we have
know
those
that
done,
feeling.
yeah.
Oh, it's all the backers' fault.
It's a good
Michael.
problem.
I know.
Though.
It's a good
Right,
problem to
right,
have.
Michael.
Yeah,
Have it.
definitely.
It totally wasn't like the stretch goal I was hoping to hit. Like I really wanted to hit the 7-page Awe. I'm very happy we did. But yeah, like and then we have the Embrace, And so this story really really means a lot to me.
I like that
I got
title,
into
by the
comics.
way.
Hmm?
The logo's really well done.
Yeah, it looks very
Yeah,
top down.
I designed
Embrace.
that. I'm actually really proud of that.
Yeah, it's like
like
the
I-
two E's. It's like it's hugging the title. That's
Yeah, well,
It's like hugging each other.
so
but it's good design. It like fits. This is good typography.
but so
Nick.
when it comes down to the Embrace, I got into comics during a very turbulent time in my life. My marriage was falling apart. I have a 4-year-old son, and right before I came up with the idea for the Embrace, things started really going bad between me and my ex, and a custody battle started. And like, it doesn't matter how much right you try to do between you and the other party, like, there's hurt. And so
Right.
the Embrace kind of was me taking that hurt and putting it into something constructive, putting it into something good.
Okay.
And so I made this superhero story that's kind of modeled after The Crow by James O'Barr and Todd McFarlane and Robert Kirkman's Haunt, about a dad whose son was murdered a year prior, and the investigation's gone nowhere, and they've given up on it. And he's on the verge of giving up on everything. He's about to take his own life when the ghost of his son shows up and gives him a revelation about the truth of what happened the night he died. And when he comes to, he's in a super suit powered by the soul of his son. And they are going out to bring his son's murderers to justice. And
okay.
Wow.
they are a superhero. They are the spectral hero, the Embrace.
Oh yeah,
and-
very much here on the grabs and the designs for the claws. Very much
Yeah.
Hunt. I haven't heard many people actually talk about Hunt.
Yeah, I love that, but like I was one of the few people that like gushed over every issue, but like
It's a
I
really good
really
comic.
liked that. But when I came up with this, I had just recently reread his James O'Barr's like 10th anniversary edition of The Crow, where he added in a whole bunch of pages, and I was like, I really want to tell a story like this. I really want to tell something that's, and with everything that I was going through, I needed something to focus on. That wasn't the crap. And I came up with this. I came up with this constructive story about a son saving his dad. When you see the father-son dynamic in literature and everything, it's usually the dad saving the kid. But like, becoming a dad changed my life. I didn't think I was ready for it. I probably wasn't. But the first time I held my kid, something changed. And, I had a lot of difficulties had a lot of issues, but the moment things started to click, became everything to me. And I really wanted to have a story that spoke to that. And, Clarence, our main character, is the narrative vehicle, but the hero of this book is David. David's come to save his dad, and help him be the person that he was. And it's very important. So it's like, a lot of these stories, it's like, oh, it's revenge. No, like one of the big taglines of the book is justice, not vengeance. Like David doesn't want his dad to go kill these people. He wants them to he wants to help his dad get closure. These people are being brought to justice to face what they've done, but they're not going out and killing these people. At the end of the day, David's a 10-year-old, is like an 8-year-old kid. He doesn't have that malice in his heart. So it's him trying to help his dad move past his anger, help his dad do all of these things. And by the end of the story, because this is going to be a mini series,
okay. There's more.
Clarence will have come full circle, and by the end of the series, the dad will save the son. But the series is mainly about David saving his dad.
That's really cool to hear, Michael. It's like Often, and dude, like, thanks for sharing that part of the project with us. That's really cool to hear. Like,
Very heartfelt. Yeah.
when because, like, again, from another Hunt fan, like, one of the things that I honestly felt the hardest kind of connecting with was that they were trying to make a emotional connection with, like, the soul of his brother being in him and giving him powers. And I was like, we don't see the brother, and it's all just like kill, 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 revenge. We'll do this. And I was like, it gets lost in usual old school image books back in the day. Like, you kind of just lose the fact that there was an emotional connection there, and you're just like, yeah, cool, like Spider-Man, Ghost Man, shoot, punch.
Exactly. And so, like, that's the whole thing. Is this is an emotionally driven story. This is it's been phenomenal getting the feedback that I have. I have people that when they were getting their books, we were getting all these comments on the campaign pages and everything. I had a few people message me telling me that the first 8 pages made them cry. But it's such a it's so good to take this thing that I created as a way to
Cool.
take darkness and make light, and see it have that effect in other people's lives. See it have, one of the last people that commented on this campaign, they had it shipped to their dad because, like, they were moving. So, like their dad's read it and adores the book. And she's like the person's like, I'm going to have to be backing multiple copies of the following books because I'm going to need to give one to my dad. And it's just seeing that is just absolutely phenomenal. And it's one of those things is, this campaign,
Great.
while it's been very successful, it had all these issues with fulfillment. Reedy just starts laughing. Oh boy, do I know about that.
Oh no, welcome to Indie Comics.
But it's had all these issues that I haven't had on my previous books. But that's the things, like, seeing that feedback, seeing people genuinely love this book, genuinely attached to those characters. I mean, hell, Rob Arnold is doing CG Deathmatch right now, and the Embrace just won the semifinals.
I didn't know
the-
that. That's awesome.
Is that like that old show from MTV where, like, they'd be like plasticine guys fighting each other?
It's not really a show. It's like he grabbed
Is it
like
the
a whole bunch of
poll?
people. Yeah, it's the
People
polls.
vote? Yeah, people
Yeah,
vote
we
on
won-
which character wins.
Yeah,
Okay.
and we won the semifinals with 50% of the vote.
That's fucking awesome. I mean, that's what storytelling is about. Like, it's about finding connections with. Well, I don't know. There's some debate, but I think storytelling can be a great vehicle for connecting with other people, and it's more than like just telling someone your story. You help them experience it, and it sounds like you really managed that. Yes.
I couldn't get that, Michael. What did you say?
I said I like to call stories the great unifier, because it doesn't matter what culture, it doesn't matter what region of the globe, it doesn't matter any of the about any of it, because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter where you are. If there's a person sitting around a campfire telling a story, someone's going to stop and listen, because every single one of us are connected to a narrative. Every single one of us are connected to characters and stories and all of these things, and it's been that way since the dawn of civilization. The oldest recorded things that we have aren't historical texts, they're mythologies, they're stories, because at the end of the day, that's what speaks to everyone. It is the great unifier, is a story, is something that anybody from any walk of life can hear and connect with and be bonded with people. I mean, we look at we're talking about nerding out on JoJo and everything like that, nerding out on anime, nerding out on all these things. We have all found a connective tissue through storytelling. These things have brought us together. These stories brought us together. And so like that's how I've always seen it. And it's great when you see your stories doing that. It's one of the most vindicating things that you could ever ask for. That's why, I've despite difficulties that I have had with some of this, despite difficulties that I've had in my own life, I continue to do this is because I am reaching more people with stories.
No, yeah, like
Totally agree with it.
Like hear feedback. That's really great.
I really
I
like
mean-
hearing your philosophy on writing. You convinced me you really have your heart in it.
Yeah,
I like to hear that.
I think you've sold me more on this book.
I was about to say, someone in the chat someone said they just backed it, and I think it's because of the embrace. It seems like, I don't know, because it's close to your heart. It's something that you experience, and I can tell you're passionate about all the other books about Elysian Fields and SPQR. You're very knowledgeable on the subject, and obviously you know manga and you know history. But like, I think my favorite pitch so far is from the Embrace. Is I saw this project, but I didn't know the background of it and where this came from. And I mean, I think when a story reflects something from the creator's real life and it's sharing a life experience in story form, people will resonate with that. And I think that feedback shows that.
Yeah, and
I don't know
absolutely.
I don't know about necessarily it being from the writer's life, but I think at least putting that emotion into it, that heart into it, and you really did that.
Yeah.
Sounds like it. Yeah.
And
well deserved. Well deserved. All like the free value that you gotten on this.
Like it. Well, and I mean, it's funny because I just finished the script for the second book, and like, you know, one of the big goal for this is to effectively, you know, we're obviously getting everyone their stuff out and we're doing all that, but the big goal is to kind of invest in the next project, which will be in the Embrace 2. Whatever we have left over will be going towards that. And you know, it was hard for me to write the second script because back in November I went to custody court and I won, and so I've been so busy on like taking care, like being James's primary guardian and doing all this other stuff, that every single time I've sat down to write the Embrace 2 script, I just haven't been in the right mindset, and it was one of those things that was killing me. I was like, I have everything set up except for this final part, and this final part needs to hit the emotional buttons. And like my kid went away for spring break, and like you know, getting a break from James can definitely have its perks, but like the first few days I'm usually pretty melancholy because I just miss him. And so like I think it was like day 2, I was like, all right, I'm sad, but I'm sad enough. I'm not too sad. Like I can be productive. I can go write. And so I knocked out the script in like 2 hours. I knocked out like the final pages of the script.
It's that right mental state of perfect angst, like just the level of angst where you're not totally depressed, but you're still like angsty enough to make art.
You know, on that note, Michael, does your kid know about your project?
I mean, he's 4, so like, he knows about all of my projects. We actually have like I have a little collection of my books that I have in his room that are his. I have him in a Gemini mailer that I've written his name on and everything like that. So he has all of my books, and we actually have an Embrace plushie on here. That's an 18-inch plushie.
I saw that. It's actually really cute.
No, let's scroll to that.
He's adorable, and the first one that was made is my son's. I would bring it out, but my kid is asleep, and if I try to take that thing away from him, he will fight me.
No, you have it on SPQR, because I was about to say I'm gonna pick one of these up because I need it. It's adorable. Look, this one right here. He's got all the hands for all the hugs and all the high fives. And if you're reading the place and you're feeling really sad.
Oh, okay. You know, when I saw that panel of like the multiple hands, I thought it was like, I guess I was still like in the JoJo mindset, and I thought he was doing a muda.
No.
Okay. He actually does do the haunt thing where he like kind of like stretches out multiple arms.
So the cool thing about the Embraces design, and when I was working with Dean on this, is I was telling him, I was like, I really want the hand, like, I want these smaller hands to be coming across his like chest and everything and protecting him, because they're effectively David's hands. Like they're like it's David, like it's David protecting his dad, and like the way that they come together is they hug. Like that's what starts the transformation in the first book. Is, you know, they see one another and then they hug, and David goes, and David tells them, like, I'm really sorry for what you're about to see, but you need to watch this. You need to see how this happened. And so that's where it goes. And, you know, I'm really excited to get to work, to get the art started on the second book. I've already had the editors have already done their first pass, and they're very happy. They're like you need some like small grammatical changes and some dialogue tweaks, but like the story structure and the pacing is right on, and you blew the first book out of the water. And I was just like, well, that's nice to know. Second books are really difficult.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, so it's nice, and then you've got this adorable little guy that can help you with the journey. He's very soft.
I love it.
You know,
I love it.
I did want to say on this stuff. You know, when I remember trying to talk about like message and inspiration on one of Irene's previous podcasts. And I honestly was having a hard time talking about that. We had a bunch of North American creators, but the topic always went about a creation for the sake of proving that I can make a book, or being, or no, like a passion project. No, but it's like, it's, you know, it's different.
I gotcha.
It comes from different places. And you know, this is not a comment on quality, but it's like, it comes from a very different place. And again, as a DeviantArt kid, I would, you know, the conversations that I would have back then was always about like, oh, what do you want to put out there? What is the message of this? Why do you want to create this? Because it came from somewhere else. And so actually hearing someone actually talk about a message as opposed to displaying something like for like, I don't know, like talking about like, I don't see this level of realism. I want this to be really hardcore and realistic, or I just want to show that I can do this, or something like that. When you know, hearing from someone that actually wants to create something from the premise of communicating something, inspiring something, or just putting out an emotion, I get not a common thing that I've heard from other North American creators. I guess I wanted to kind of linchpin from the conversation that I was trying to have back then. Like, Michael, for you, what kind of other series or projects, books, like maybe inspire you, or like maybe you kind of like strive for being a writer, or like pursue certain genres, like, you know, superheroes and all this stuff?
So when it comes down to personal inspirations, I mean, the Iliad is a big one. Like the Iliad is my favorite story. Achilles is probably one of my favorite characters in literature. But like, you know, there's like a, like, you know, but like when it comes down to like superhero stuff, you know, I grew up in the 90s. I had two older brothers that were in high school when I was a little kid. And so they got me into superheroes and everything like that. But, you know, when it comes down to like where I draw from like, you know, an emotional standpoint, and like how those things fuel, it's like you write what you know, and the best things that you know are your experiences. And, you know, like I'm 29 years old, turning 30 in June, and I've been through a lot. And so, like, you know, even with like things like, you know, Elysian Fields, like we talked about how that's, you know, Mortal Kombat with these mythic heroes, but like Achilles is our narrative vehicle, and like Achilles' journey is all about a guy who's trying to change his stripes. He doesn't want to be a warrior anymore. He's not the Achilles that you see in the Iliad. He's way more like who you see in the Odyssey. Right? Like his whole thing, the only reason he is doing this is because he's being promised a second chance at life.
Mhm.
and he wants to do it different. He
Hmm.
doesn't want to be the glory hound. But the big thing with Elysian Fields is that now he's in this environment where he's fighting all these heroes and he's doing all of these things, and the demon's starting to come back. The thing that drove him to Troy in the first place, that call for glory, that the test of being the best, is
Mhm.
coming back, and it's starting to itch in the back of his head. And so the question is as this tournament goes along, is Achilles going to still want to have the peaceful life, or is he going to be consumed by his own inner demons? Like these are like at the end of the day, you draw from things that you see in your own life. You draw from things that you see, that you experience, and you apply them. The stories that you relate to and that you enjoy help you create an avenue, right?
I mean,
Like
that's definitely something that is always recommended, right? Because like you hear that line. It's like, you write what you live, what you see,
yeah,
and all this. But like, one of the things that I do notice on indie projects or a lot of media is that, because of over reliance on some genres or stories that people are familiar with, it almost seems like, a lot of people, a lot of creators, make a echo chamber for themselves, a bubble of just like the same kind of media, and it just reverberates. It's like, what is their best reflection of that same story that they've already seen? And it's like, again, look, not examples to disparage anything, but it's like one of the things that I talked about in
no,
one of the previous things is that I would. That's one of the reasons why I had a really hard time liking mecha, because I feel like so much of mecha anime and
I
manga.
actually have
Listen,
the same problem. I have a lot of issues getting into stories about mechs because
because it's
I
like,
like it is generally the same kind of story, but like on top of that, I also lose when you're focusing on the fights and they're the big giant robots. Like, yeah, it's cool, but to me, I also lose that human element. Like I like it.
Yeah.
yeah,
There's
and
there's that level of vulnerability when you watch a fight, when you see when you see characters clash, where you know that they bleed,
because
right?
like, like, 'cause, like, for example, like, it took us a while, but like, I went back and like, hey, let's watch the original Gundam. It's like, it's a very human story, but
It
then it's
is.
like, it's that echo chamber. Like, this created this interest, and then there's all of these fans, this culture about it. But a lot of them started either just following a trend of what was popular, or reverberating what they liked and what they noticed. Being young, was like the cool robots, and it's like, these are stories that are completely barren of a human element, of
Yeah. Well,
like emotionality, and it's like, it's just missing any attachment. And like, sometimes you'll see even projects that like want to follow like mecha and stuff like that, and other genres, but it's like, that's just the one I have in my head, where it's just like,
yeah.
the robots have so much detail, like, we spent this much time, and these robots are unique, and I made all the pistons work. Yeah, and there's humans in there or whatever.
Right.
um and like it, and I think that's, I think that you bring up an excellent point, and I do think that that's the thing. I mean, at the end of the day, when it comes down to storytelling, there is a generally archetypical formula for storytelling. It doesn't matter how many people try to go away from it.
Mhm.
At the end of the day, there's a reason why when you go into any writing class, you get the basics of story structure, of 3-act structure, protagonist, antagonist, everything like that. There are things that just work, and they are part of any good type of storytelling. If you try to keep going up against that grain, it's not it's unnatural. But
That is true.
there is a difference between using those like following the story structure, following like Joseph Campbell's Hero of a Thousand Faces to tell your hero's journey, and everything like that. There's a difference between doing that and effectively just trying to make your own version of something that you like,
Yeah.
and that's not to disparage people, because at the end of the day, that's how most of us get started anyway. Is how I got into the industry was I did industry journalism for Movie Pilot, Heroic Hollywood, and Up Your Geek, right? Doing industry reviews and analysis. right? And so I would talk about things that were going on. I think like probably the biggest thing that I milked for a while was talking about how things could have been done or should have been done with like Snyderverse films, just as an example. And you can sit there and you can talk about how you would have done it using what Snyder used in his movies or using this, that, or the other. But until you go out there and you make your own story, it's like all you were doing is just taking that and trying to make it your own. But it's never going to be your own. You have to find the story that speaks to you, right? I mean, like SPQR, I love it to death, but it is the dumbest story that I've ever done. It has no right being as good as it is. It's an absolute blast. The script's fun. There are nods for history fans. There are nods for JoJo fans, and it's a blast. But it is what it is, and I own that, and I think that that's part of the charm that's brought people into the campaign. Is that I'm not trying to pretend that it's something that it's not.
I mean, it would be really hard to pretend that this is something that.
Oh yeah,
it's totally not a JoJo ripoff.
Well, you say that Elysian Fields is about. You said you described it as. How did you describe it? As like Street Fighter or something?
It's more
combat.
It's the simplistic pitch is like effectively when Rini said give a short pitch, my mind immediately goes to 45-second elevator pitch. Right. So the easiest way to explain Elysian Fields is Mortal Kombat with heroes of mythology.
And so you say that, and I'm like, okay, that's another like fun, just fighting bash. And then you're like talking about Achilles and his psyche and his inner demons and stuff. I'm like, oh my gosh.
You can take that concept that sounds, it's like the JoJo's meets Roman history, but then you can own up to what it is, but also, like what we were saying before, take it to, like, commit to it. And actually get into the characters, and not, just because it's a concept that started out as something fun doesn't mean you can't actually put yourself into the character's shoes and write a great character arc. I think that's why especially SPQR is doing so well, is because you committed, you're honest about what the pitch is, but also you're not half-assing it.
No, I went all the way with this, and like it's funny because for the this book is literally just a fight. It's a 33-page fight of.
Oh, it's a single fight. Okay.
That is so on brand though.
It's literally.
I mean, it's manga, very manga.
Well, for manga, yeah.
Like that was the whole thing, is that it was only supposed to be this one shot that was a small little book, right? Mm-hmm. He shows up to the Rubicon. Pompey goes. It was I, Pompey, and then they go fight. They go fight for the rest of the book, and that's it. Like that is what this book is. But like for the follow up with the Caligula book, it's like I am going to make it like a full storyline. Caligula, I have a story arc. Caligula feels like he's living up to the. He has a vision that Alexander the Great has given him this mission to conquer Neptune. And so he devotes his reign to provoking a war with Neptune. And so like it's going to be like a full Takuban sized book of Caligula pulling all this crazy crap to instigate crap with Neptune. And it will end with a fight between Caligula and Neptune.
Mm-hmm.
Because why not? It's JoJo.
Why not? Right.
Oh my gosh.
Yo, I'm serious. You have to do many, many more of these. And not just Roman history. I know that's sort of your wheelhouse, but I'd love to see this expanded. Not to be like, well, you should just,
so Elysian
dragging out this joke idea.
JoJo and the French Revolution is what you gotta do next.
Oh, so like Joe, that would be a very difficult thing to pull off. I love the French Revolution, and I do actually have like stories about like with different periods of time and everything that I'm playing with. I mean, hell, with Elysian Fields, at the end of the third book, because the script for Pages of the Dead, which is the third Elysian Fields book, is done, and at the end of it, we introduce a team of secondary protagonists, which is Team Valhalla, which will be the Norse heroes representing.
Oh, you were saying what? Huh?
Yeah, so like you're going to have the Norse heroes come in as a secondary team of protagonists. They get introduced
Oh.
at the end of book 3, and then book 4 will focus on them. And so you will have like that team is their Lord of the Dead that they're following is Freya, and she has on her team Beowulf, Sigurd, and why am I blanking on her name?
What, the goddess of the underworld? Hell?
No, goddess of the under so I went away from Hell because that's the she's kind of like there's this big I went with Freya because depending on which translation, she's the queen of the Valkyries.
Yeah.
And so like she has Brunhilde. That's who I was going. So Brunhilde, Sigurd, and Beowulf are Team Valhalla. They're 3. Like it's very difficult when you're looking at Norse mythology to find human heroes because so much of Norse myth revolves around the Aesir, who are their gods, and the gods can't compete in the tournament. Because everything is powered by the human souls, human heroes are the only ones that can compete, right? Like that's everything is revolved around that.
Are you going to use Heimdall?
Heimdall can't be used. He's an Aesir.
Really?
Yeah. that's the tricky thing.
An Aesir. That's so annoying. They don't.
Yeah,
everyone's a fucking god.
Yeah, like that's the problem. Is
Who are you going to use then?
I said so. There's Siegfried or Sigurd, depending on how you want to pronounce it. He's the guy that kills the dragon Fafnir.
Yeah.
He has relations to the gods, but he is not an Aesir, so he's human.
Mm-hmm.
Beowulf, because the original while the British translation has him as Christian, it's a Christianized version of old pagan writings, so he was more than likely a Viking. So I'm making that stretch. So Beowulf is the other person, and then Brunhilde, who is a part of the Sigurd Siegfried story as a love interest gone bad, because I really like this idea of having these two people that had this very, very connected relationship with one another on the team, and there be tension about the bad things that they did to one another in life.
Mm-hmm. Why did you go away from using Hell? Oh, sorry, what?
Just wanted to make a little interjection here, because you guys started talking about heroes from different cultures joining in, mythic battles, and pronunciation. This is out of left field, but I just wanted to ask, since Irene's confidence is like, no, it's pronounced this way. It made me think there's this Irish character, like the I think it's supposed to be like the iconic barbarian. How do you guys pronounce it? Because it's like I always read like Cuchulainn. Do you guys know how his name is actually pronounced? Because he's supposed to be like the big berserker barbarian.
I can't pronounce Irish, Scottish, Gaelic things. Damn, we have an audience. Someone who is actually, I think he lives in Dublin. He's not in chat today.
Oh,
Damn
okay.
it.
All right, no, it's just like I always have that in the back of my head, and I never know how to pronounce his name.
I know the name you're talking about. I have no idea how to.
I want to say it's Cuchulainn, but like I'd have to look. Like
you're probably. I thought it was like Cuth. I thought it was Cuthulainn.
Because
you're probably right.
There's a song of him, and I listened to it on YouTube to try and get a gist of it. I was like, I kind of hear where they're saying it, but it mixes with the other words, so I can't really catch how they're pronouncing it.
It is very tricky, and like the Irish folklore is beautiful. What we have of it, anyways, because like that's the thing is a lot of those Celtic folklore, like they were kept in track by druids. They weren't ever written down. It was like complete oral traditions that was studied by like the inheritors of their cultures and these druids. And like druids haven't been around for a hot minute. And most of what we have of those cultures, the Celtic ones especially, were recorded by Christian monks who kind of shifted things to fit more Christian mythology, so that way they could be kept going. Like, I mean, that's what happened with Arthur. Like, you know, King Arthur, the first texts of Arthur predate predate Vulgate Saga by several centuries, like 500 CE.
I kind of wish I could actually see AC's camera, just because we were talking about how Irene got interested when you started mentioning Nordic stuff, but AC was just covered up by that when you started talking about like King Arthur. Like, did she have a reaction? Did she have a reaction? I can't tell.
We mentioned Arthurian things. No.
So I actually have an Arthurian book. The first book that I read by myself as a kid was Howard Pyle's King Arthur and His Knights. So I have a deep appreciation of Arthurian lore. And I have a comic that I started off initially as a webtoon. It's gone on pause right now with Dino Agor and Avery Ferdinand, the guy that's doing Elysian Fields, called Errand of the Sable Knight, which is kind of an epilogue to Tale of the Questing Beast. And it's served.
Okay, nice. Okay, wait a minute now. So you said this is a web comic. Where can I've put it on pause. I only got a few pages in because we weren't getting enough traction. And whatever.
But that's not the question, Michael.
It's on Webtoon.
Michael, did you just come on here with a little bit of everything to hook each one of us on this panel? Like, here's the Nordic stuff, here's the Arthurian stuff, here's some JoJo's. Like, you had a plan.
And that's the whole thing.
Bring up all the like Image Comics. So for me, Irene's and AC's history stuff.
Okay, what's it called?
It's called Errand of the Sable Knight. It's on Webtoon. And if you screen share it, you can take a look and everything like that. The primary characters are Pellinor, Guinevere, and Galahad.
Okay,
and it has
Sable is in S-A-B-L-E?
S-A-B-L-E, yes.
I know that you said it's a prequel to the story of the Questing Beast, but do you
No, a sequel. It's an epilogue.
Oh, okay. I guess my question is answered. Because I was going to ask, like, do you depict the Questing Beast?
AC, you probably are already familiar with this. So, one of my favorite stories from King Arthur, Pellinor is one of my favorite characters in Arthurian lore. And one of my favorite stories of his is that there's this one linking up with this long lost daughter that he has. And he gets a mission to go handle this Red Knight who has been causing trouble on the highway and has been like kicking the crap out of people and taking their money effectively. And so Pellinor agrees to go deal with this guy. And when he is on his way, he finds a crying maiden who's weeping over her beloved who's been injured. And Pellinor asks them if they were assaulted by the Red Knight. And she confirms it, and she asks for his help. And so he's like, well, if I stop and help these people, the Red Knight could get away and do this to other people. So he chooses to go after the Red Knight. And he's like, I'll hurry this along. I'm a badass. I'll take this guy out quick, and then I'll be back and I'll help them. And so he goes and he makes quick work of this Red Knight, and he comes back, and the man is dead, and he finds the woman hanging from a tree, and in her hand she is clutching the letter that she sent to her father.
I was gonna say, it had to be some kind of guilt trip in there.
and it is Pellinor. That is Pellinor's daughter. She was coming to meet him to introduce him to her betrothed so that they could get his blessing. And so Pellinor inadvertently killed his own daughter by not helping. She took her own life because her loved one died, and he didn't stop to save him. So Errand of the Sable Knight is Pellinor, after the Battle of Camelot, goes back to Camelot and retrieves the Grail, and is chasing down the Welsh deity of death to trade the Grail for his daughter.
Okay, what? You're not finished? What is this? I want to read this.
The script is entirely done. I didn't have the funds to keep paying for the pages. Like, and trust me, like these guys want to work on the book. I wrote this book in a very different way. I didn't write it like a
Hold
standard
on. Can you post a link so I can pull this up?
Yeah.
Okay, I got the link.
So, or screen share. We need to be posting a link.
And so like effectively, the way that I wrote this was I didn't write it as like a standard comic script. I did page 1 and then I wrote like 2 or 3 paragraphs of prose, like how I would write an Arthurian story.
Oh, I approve.
Wait, so
and then effectively it was like I told the artist, I don't care how you do it, read this, make it happen on a page. Whether it's sequential or just an illustration, I don't care. Make it work. Just whatever this page says to you, whatever it says to you in your head, whatever you see in your head, make that come out on the page.
Gives you a blank page.
The story, okay.
There you go. There it
The
is.
story that you described about Pelennor, the source material, that preceded this idea. Where was that story from?
So I've always had, like, as I said, King Arthur taught me how to read, right? I have ADD, and when I was growing up, I had a lot of trouble focusing on reading. It was one of those things where I had like a million thoughts an hour. I actually used to have a stammer as well because like my thoughts were going through my head so quickly I couldn't keep up with what I wanted to say. But Howard Pyle's King Arthur and His Knights, they had these beautiful illustrations where I could slow down and take a look at the illustration and go back to reading. And I would slow down and take a look at the illustration, go back to reading. And so it was the first book that I read on my own outside of being assigned something in my class. And I adored those stories. And so I dug into all of the Arthur that I could find. And this was a story this story of Pelennor was something that I always attached to. Like, in Howard Pyle's King Arthur and His Knights, Pelennor is the guy that breaks Arthur's original sword that he pulls from the stone. It's the reason that Arthur has to go get Excalibur. So, like, I've always had this fascination with Pelennor, the Sable Knight or the Black Knight. And then, again, I was starting this in the middle of all of my marriage nonsense, and it's again the whole thing where you've got this guy that's going out to try and retrieve a kid that he lost, and it was his own fault, and so he's trying to redeem himself. He was once Arthur's greatest knight, and now he's an old guy, like he's broken. He's lost an eye in the Battle of Camlan. He's barely able to hold himself together, and so like. What you're seeing there in the cover, there's actually a sequence where he goes back to Camlan because one of the other items he needs for his quest is the Sword of Mordred, because it's a holy relic that's been tainted as a kingslayer, because Clarent, Mordred's sword, was actually the sword that Arthur used to knight the Knights of the Round Table. It was actually a holy relic.
I do not remember hearing about this. They're making me feel a bit.
Oh, dude! I would say that of all of the literature on back when I was in college, in like 2011, my then roommate of mine, we went through a list of all the books that had been written about King Arthur. I had read all but like 10. Now that was back in 2011. There's been plenty of stuff published since. And I haven't been keeping up, but like I love Arthur.
I'm gonna start. By the way, I'm gonna start hounding you to chat with you about Arthurian stuff. I'm trying to.
AC has literally been trying to find more people to talk to, and
I love
Arthur's store stuff.
And so effectively, he needs this blade to track the god of death, Ankau, because it can sense. Because it's a tainted holy relic, it hisses when other unholy things are nearby, when fae and other magical sorts are nearby. And it also, there's a little bit of my love of Berserk thrown in there too, because this blade is kind of his Berserk armor. It gives him kind of a power up.
You like
Yeah.
Berserk too? Come on, dude.
Dude, Kentaro Miura is like I adore, like I call whenever somebody asks me, like, what kind of books
Who doesn't
should I
like
read to
Berserk?
learn about what kind of books should I be reading to learn about storytelling? I tell them Kentaro Miura's Berserk is visual literature.
Mhm.
It is absolutely fantastic. The layers of character complexity from start to finish will blow your mind, and on top of that, seeing his progress as an artist is nothing but awe-inspiring.
So you're now instated as a permanent member of this panel, just so you know. Thank you very much. You're required to come back every week.
I mean, I'll try. I'll do my best.
That's all. Continue.
But that's it's one of those things where I pointed out, it's like, I'll see if I can't find it, Rini. I wrote an entire piece on how all of the apostles in Berserk, to include Griffith, are victims of causality, and they're like they've all actually retained their humanity because it can't actually be completely snuffed out, and all of these people are people that would never are not actually bad people. Like, even Griffith, he's not a bad person. He was manipulated in a position where he was so weak that he would compromise what he knew to be right and like drastically right and wrong. And this whole, like, I do not like this whole concept where people are like, Griffith never had any value for the Band of the Hawk and only saw.
No, it was because he actually loved them and he valued them, that the sacrifice meant something. But are you arguing that causality therefore is a true villain?
Yeah.
Is causality God?
Well, like, it's the God's hand manipulating people through causality. There's a reason why only specific people get bailets. Bailets go to people that they know that they can fuck over.
Yeah, but the God's hand are those members of the God's hand, but all of them are also, by your argument, victims of causality. So who is?
Yeah, well, I mean, at the point
hand?
in time, at the point in time where this was when this was written, we didn't actually know that. There were theories that they were also apostles, but there were also theories that they were like kind of primordial entities that had been there since the beginning. But that wasn't confirmed. There was no confirmation on that until literally like 3 or 4 chapters before the final one, where you actually see that there were different members of the God's hand when Geisric went through.
Right.
So where's this thing that you wrote?
I'd have to dig it out. Like, it was something that I wrote back on a blog that I ran years ago. I'll have to find it.
Honey,
that makes sense. That makes sense.
So about everything he's ever done. So yeah, I mean, so like, you'll just have to chase after Michael and ask him for his information so that you can keep asking him, and you'll know to be wary.
You have to fly to wherever he is.
Mentions, he will have to also reference as to where you can get your hands on it.
Fly back to US, get his autograph. Just kidding. No, I would love to read that, though, because of the new information about the God hand, that would technically be a little outdated, but I don't see that as a huge problem. It just needs to be updated to fit. Yeah.
But like the whole point.
That makes sense.
Point is that all of these people were being manipulated, to include Griffith, and none of them actually completely lose their humanity either.
Yeah.
And my big evidence for that was when the Slug Baron is.
I was going to say, I never remember his name, but yeah,
when the Slug Baron is fighting Guts, he activates another Advent. He activates his Bailet again. And they tell him that they will give him the power to kill Guts if he sacrifices his daughter, and he refuses. He won't do it because it's the last vestiges of his humanity. It's all that he has left, and he loves his daughter. He won't do it.
I always thought it was so weird that we got the Slug Baron so early in the story, because like it almost seems like that's supposed to be like such a mystery going on from so many of the other apostles. Like they still can like have like a question mark whether there's not or not.
There's an even better moment of it in Lost Children, Do you guys remember what Rosine's last thoughts are when she's plummeting to her death?
I forget
Hey,
who
Corey
Rosine
Barton's
is.
here.
That's
Hi,
the
Corey.
prostitute with the poofy hair.
No,
Ro-
Rosine is
Rosine-
the little
Rosine's the
girl who
elf
became
queen.
an apostle. The moth.
Rosine's the elf queen. She is my favorite of the apostles, and like I could write essays.
Oh
on
yeah.
Rosine.
Me
love
too.
her.
I agree.
We talk a
She's
lot about how that's one of
fantastic.
our favorite chapters.
Okay.
Me and
Her-
Irene.
Yeah.
her-
It's like
her-
the Golden Age arc is great, but like the Lost Children arc, I think is probably my favorite, even above the Golden Age, and it
Yeah,
doesn't get
it's-
enough love. And you can't argue that Rosine has lost her humanity. She's a victim of the world and her circumstances that she was put into.
What are her final thoughts?
I don't remember.
I don't remember.
It's
You're outvoting us now. It's infuriating.
It is the one positive memory that she has of her father and her mother and
Oh
her
my
sharing a
God.
family dinner.
I hate this
It's the
story, and I love
last-
it.
Is the last thing that goes through her head, and she says to herself in an internal monologue that she would undo it. She would undo the advent, and she'd bring her parents back. Humanity is still in all of these people. They can't fucking get rid of it. That's the real thing, is that for all of these trades for power, it's fucking hollow because they aren't getting rid of the thing that really made them quote unquote weak to begin with, which is their humanity. It's always there.
You're just making me long.
No, I agree
for
with
those
that.
chapters that we're never gonna get. On finally seeing
yeah.
that
We
confrontation
might
with Griffith.
get them because that
We
is
might. They ended it though.
They did say
young
and
animal is
question
still
mark.
young animal is still mulling over the decision because
Yeah,
Kentaro Miura's successors have his story Bible and all of his storyboards because Miura had storyboarded we were 80% through by Miura's own admission. They were almost done. And so
they were close to the end, but then we all thought the assistants were going to finish the story, but then they didn't. They just like
they did, but they
ended it.
still left it ambiguous.
Young animal has
then.
to make
It
the
was
decision.
terrible.
But like they had
Yes,
his assistants have the full support of Miura's family. They see him as they see them as family. The big thing though is that the reason why young animal is having a difficulty with the decision is because you have to realize the culture of Japan. And it would be like it could cause some severe backlash as a taboo to continue a series without the original mangaka involved.
Right. But they are allowed by his family.
The family has supported the like that's why young animal is having it's like they don't know what they are going to do. They are still trying to figure it out because they, on the one hand, they do like if there is the backlash, they can go, well, these guys literally worked under Miura. They have his story Bible. They have the support of his family. They're not going to go against it, and we'll make sure of that too. But at the end of the day, they're also just afraid of what that backlash could cause.
Well, that's why we have to go to Japan and kidnap them and bring them back to the U.S., and then there will be no problem, right? At
the same time, who is Naoki Urashibara? No, not him. Yeah. Naoki Urasawa, not Urashibara. That makes sense. He rebooted the Arc and Astro Boy. So it's not that verboten to redo or continue a deceased artist's work as long as you have permission of the family.
But it's still a case-by-case situation. And it's just because somebody else has done it doesn't mean that they have to do the same decision.
No, Berserk was very close to the end. And we've known that the assistants basically have the ending. It's just about would it be correct, socially speaking, for them to finish it in his place. Which I understand, but I personally want to see it, obviously.
Yeah,
we are drinking Kumba.
I'd at the very least want them to do a few more chapters so that we don't end where it is now. Everyone's like, "Oh man, this was such a great ending." No, it's not. This is fucking horrible.
It was a terrible ending.
This is the worst place to end it. Griffith confirmed.
No!
She hasn't read it. She hasn't read it yet.
Yeah, AC's not there yet. AC's not there.
Yeah.
I just finished the conviction arc, and I got
okay.
So
I am
this
so
is why
sorry.
you need to catch up. No. no, you didn't really spoil anything. It's
no,
fine.
Michael, it's
But
understandable.
on-
Like most people with taste would have already gotten there.
But, like,
well, like I won't spoil the ending, but I agree. It was a non-ending. It
Yeah,
was
it's
sort
like
of
it literally just
everything
sets up,
just peters out. Everyone is exactly where they were when Mura passed, and then they sort of just like were like, well,
they
people
they
think people are
dropped
just
a
gonna stay
freaking
right here.
what they
terrible.
did is they dropped a nuclear bomb in the last frickin' page of the book and just went bye.
But everyone already kind of knew that.
Like
Everyone
kind of
inferred that nuclear bomb.
everyone kind of suspected it. It's a bit different when that person reveals themselves to the entire party.
Also,
And everyone's
And
just
then
looking
they're
up at
like
them.
the end.
especially when you're waiting issue to issue, any revelation is so rewarding for Mercer because oh yes, as I suspected. Oh yes, confirmation. Let me go back to my friends. I told them this 10 years ago.
I mean, every half a year, one chapter, yeah. But like everybody knew that nuclear bomb was going to be true. It's pretty obvious. Conviction. People are going on about the conviction arc. I'm sorry, guys. Conviction arc is my least favorite arc. I kind of hate it, but
Conviction has some good stuff in it, but it
Nice.
mainly just sets up it sets up Falcon of the Millennium Empire, which is awesome. I adore.
It's all set up. But I didn't connect with it.
It's
But
encouraging
I'm
to hear
weird.
it's your least favorite arc because, like, I kept wanting stuff out of it that I didn't get. Like, I guess there's a nice story here, but it's not what I wanted.
It's the Age of Ultron of Berserk. It has the.
Ooh,
it
oh
has
gosh! Don't insult it that badly.
I actually enjoy Age of Ultron. It is one of the weaker MCU films, but the thing that Age of Ultron does that is so crucial is that it sets up everything. It has and that's what I mean by that. It is the bridge story. It is the thing that it starts off really good because it's like technically Lost Children is the first part of Conviction, right? So like it starts off with Lost Children, which is fucking amazing. And then it kind of slows down a lot because what it's doing is it's building everything that is going to happen. And there are certain things that happen in Conviction that when you see the payoff of it in Falcon of the Millennium Empire, your mind just erupts if you're paying attention.
The good parts about Conviction are the parts that pay off, and I agree it set up some very important things with the egg and the rebirth and everything. But like the I never connected with.
Griffith sends are amazing.
Yeah, but like the whole religious stuff, it could have been done better. It felt kind of, I don't know how to say, but it felt cliche, and it felt like it was just a mask to it felt surface level. It felt like it was just clearly a vehicle to move on this plot point that we need to get to this rebirth and the egg and Griffith's rebirth and everything.
It is, but there is actually, I do think you're actually going to get to see some pretty big payoff from the stuff that you get to see from the Holy See, because it confirms that there are other primordial forces outside of the God's Hand, because Mosgus is not drawing from the power of the God's Hand, but he definitely has something else, because
I don't know. I wasn't convinced that he did, frankly.
The holy powers that he has are not like the fact that they damage the demons the way that they do, like the sludge that's coming out that's actively from the God's Hand. It's a different power.
You really think that would have been true, and for this long that was never touched on again?
I do
it's
agree
Mura.
to
We spent 10 years on a boat, Rini. It's Mura. We spent 10 years on a boat.
And
it feels like a Jar Jar Martin moment.
But it's like there's a lot of weird stuff happening around Morgus. How does the priest's name again?
Good night, Mighty Magic. Sorry if this is a lot of weepery.
It's just like, I remember I kept going back. I actually really do like the Conviction arc. I think it's mostly because like I really enjoy the visuals. But
the visuals
more than any other chapters of Berserk, on those ones I kept looking back. It's like, wait, why is this here? this doesn't make sense from what I know about Berserk. When did this happen? Like,
And
so
that's why I'm
I
saying that it's going to have way bigger implications. Like I guarantee you that if we had access to his storyboards, you were going to find out about whole other forces of nature. Because
I
like,
can't
with
I
I'm
can't
not
have a
so
support
sure
for
about
that
that.
because I did get that same reaction when talking about the conviction with the girls. Like they
Well, it's
were very adamant, like it's garbage. There's nothing in there. Of course, this doesn't make sense. It
Dude,
never made sense. Like,
like-
this is not
but like
happening. But I
that's
think there's something different here.
that's my whole thing though. Is it's like, look at the bombs that we were getting towards the like AC. Like, cover your ears for a second. I don't want to spoil shit.
This is why you should read the things we tell you to.
With the God's Hand, you have confirmed prior members from even before Void.
Yeah, well, wasn't that weird?
Dude,
I kept thinking that was going to be a constant.
We don't even
Well,
know.
you're saying that there are powers above and beyond the God's Hand, which of course are. There has to be something manipulating the God's Hand. But is that where you think Father Matthews was drawing his power from?
Maybe there might be more to that than we understand. And the fact of the matter is that unless they put out that story, we're never gonna fucking know. But I guarantee you that
I'm not so sure about that, but maybe.
I mean, look, the freaking the prostitutes from Conviction come back in Falcon of the Millennium Empire and are now with Rickard.
Yeah.
Okay, so those people were completely inconsequential and could have been thrown away, but they're now teamed up with one of the most important characters that is the last surviving member of the Band of the Hawk outside of Guts and Casca? You mean to tell me that there's no fucking plans? And they're also teamed up with the assassins from the East?
As Amira doesn't have a plan? He has a plan, I believe it.
Oh, I know he has a plan.
I think early on in the story, he didn't have a plan, but after he hit the Golden Age, right after the Slug Baron and the Golden Age arc, he was like, okay, I'm going to set out a plan, and everything has been planned from that point.
I honestly think that Mira had a plan all along, and I think that what you see from Guts in the first arc isn't something that's out of character. It's that you don't have context for why he is what he is.
It's not out of character. No, it's not out of character. That's one of the best parts of Berserk. He is never out of character. And you think he's a different person in the Baron, the Slug Baron story, but it's just because it hasn't been explained how he got there. It's completely consistent.
No,
we're done.
Yeah, we're done. You're good.
Oh, okay.
I just wanted to mention that bit that we talked about that she hasn't gotten to. Oh yeah, he's done such a good job with these.
Yeah, Corey's in the chat. So Corey, thanks for joining. I don't see you in the chat a lot. These are great.
I just sent him. I was like, Corey, I'm sending you the next page that you have to color. So I sent him the image of him in the Berserk armor when the hound's up and the blood's coming out and it's fixing him.
Oh my fucking god! These are good colors. I like how you colored it. It's because Mira's has detailed art. Okay. Well, here you go. Well, yeah, because Mira's art is you have to color it a certain way, and I think Corey did a good job. Like you have to use soft cuts, and like the reflective lighting helps bring out the detail, because if it was all one color, you didn't have the purple rim light, then it would be really hard to read.
Yeah, I really like the work that is done on Guts. I don't know how much I like the background there, but that's really nice. Nice way of following the flow of it.
Yeah, and this is what I told him. I was like, you use the same kind of color palettes that Miro was using on the painted covers that he has.
Yeah.
Oh, really? I always have a higher reference for just the anime. I was like, I remember how they depicted him super tan on the early anime, and I really like that.
Yeah.
I love seeing manga colored. You know, it adds an extra level of depth to it.
I tend to actually not, because most of the time when I see someone actually work on top of it, it seems so North American.
Well, they fuck it up. That's
I know, but it's like again, this is really nice, but I feel like that this is not the level of quality that I tend to see on manga colors, even from good colors. It's like following colors like there's a bunch of people that practice on these manga pages.
Yeah. That goes over everybody.
Yeah, those are a good looking book.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I am. As you can tell, I'm a pretty big Berserk fan too. I do enjoy.
Really?
I do enjoy Guts. Griffith is one of my favorite antagonists in media. I love Griffith. He is probably my favorite character in Berserk. I've gotten into fights with people about Griffith.
Griffith's your favorite character in Berserk?
If you have an opinion on Griffith and you say it out loud, you're bound to actually get an argument with someone.
He is a good character, objectively speaking.
But people don't know how to separate that sometimes.
Right, you can say he's a really great, interesting character, one of the most well-written and deep characters in manga, probably, without saying you agree with everything he did. Those are two different issues.
That's the whole thing. It's like it's not about whether what he it's not about whether what he did was right or wrong. It was obviously awful. It was fucking
Corey, do you want the
horrible.
link? I'm sending Corey the link.
Zod is not a better character than Griffith.
I'll say one thing though, Corey. He's certainly hotter.
Oh.
Like Zod is a badass. I enjoy watching his fights and everything.
Subjective.
But like we don't know enough about Zod's character to make any sort of like a claim like that. Like all that is at that point is I like his design, because that's what it comes down to. I really enjoy everything that they like. Even from a design element, it's very clear that Muro studied like old school Baroque paintings of French nobility, right? Because you've got that very effeminate and almost angelic quality to Griffith's design, this softness to him, while also being this man of war, which is something that, like old French nobility used to try and have done in their portraits and what have you. And at the end of the day, Berserk kind of takes place in this proxy universe that's kind of like the 100 Years' War, where Tudor is England and Midland is France. There's just so much, there's so many layers to the character. I genuinely, I really enjoy reading Griffith's stories and what have you. And I think that one of the big problems is that when it comes down to Griffith, I think a lot of people's problems with Griffith comes from the fact that if you started Berserk with zero frame of reference, you had no idea what was going to happen.
You're just too attached to what he did.
You're reading Golden Age, and Griffith is a fucking hero. You want Griffith to win. He's the underdog story, right? You want him to succeed, and then the advent happens, and it is such a personal betrayal. He's not just, obviously all of the stuff that he does during the advent is targeted at Guts because of the pain that he feels specifically towards Guts.
Yeah.
But it's also an attack to you as the reader, because you've become attached to this character that you wanted to succeed. You saw their fall from grace, and now not only have they fallen from grace, they are becoming an absolute piece of shit.
I feel also that, like, because of that attachment, because of having gone through this journey with Griffith and Gut, a lot of people have a hard time letting go of their stances, and actually they refuse to actually acknowledge his actions and try and rationalize them in a way that it'll still not have been an emotional betrayal for them, so they can hold out hope.
The amount of people who try to negate the importance of the child from Griffith's dreams, the child that was like the first kid that the first person. It was a kid that died. He came to his armory. He brought him over from that one noble, Genon, He brought him into his army, and this kid dies for Griffith, and he sees his body on the battlefield, and it haunts him. It's the reason why Griffith becomes secluded in the first place. It's why he's kind of aloof, and Guts is the only person that Griffith acts like a kid around. Like, this is one of the most important scenes about understanding Griffith and Guts. Is it's funny because you have that whole speech Griffith gives about what he considers to be a friend, and if you go by that definition, he already saw Guts as a friend, and that's why he's the only person that he straight up even says it when he brings himself back. He says, "I needed to come here to make sure that I wouldn't compromise my dream for you again," because Guts, he already saw him that way. Guts refuses Griffith outright, fights him outright. Yeah, Griffith wins, but that winning the fight was never the thing. It was willing to stand up against me for the sake of their dream, even if that's what it meant.
Who negates the importance of the child?
Everyone. All of the videos that I see talking about Griffith are like, "Oh, you can't trust that because it's just Griffith. It's just."
Well, they want to paint him as either he's evil or he's good, but
No,
it's not that
always,
simple. That's why he's
I remember
character.
I think it was a Masked Man video. He had a stream with a bunch of people and they were talking about it, and like
that's the name of the person, Michael.
It's a YouTube channel, and
it's called The Masked Man.
Yeah, like
okay,
he was.
I wasn't sure if it was he was like some masked man was doing.
No, it's called. I'm fairly sure it's called The Masked Man. He was a big Berserk content creator, and he was having a bunch of people and they're talking about like Griffith's actions and everything, and then the child gets brought up, and they're like, "Oh, well, that's not really legit. That's not really." It's like, look, man. Griffith is a character that we know next to nothing about. From a narrative standpoint, any bit of information that we are given to him by Kentaro Miura has to be considered as fact. You can't just go, "Oh, well, this is an unreliable narrator." How? Casca's the one that's telling you about this. It's not like it's coming from Griffith.
Nothing else in the story has given us the inkling that anything is an unreliable narration.
Exactly.
So I think people are uncomfortable that Griffith has done such horrible things and is clearly the antagonist of the story and is villainous, but he is also so sympathetic, and people don't want to face that fact that they understand why he did what he did.
Yeah, well, and so the Count Dooku talks about it. Griffith is the epitome of using others to further your own gain. It's a good life lesson with Griffith. That's why people have exes. I don't think so. Griffith's whole thing was he was willing to effectively prostitute himself to get the best arms and armors so that the people that were putting their lives on the line for his dream would
literally prostituted himself.
Yeah, literally traded his childhood away to be sexually abused by a creepy old dude for money to buy the best arms and equipment so that they wouldn't die. That's such I despise this view of Griffith where it's like, oh, he's just using the Band of the Hawk. No, the reason why he is so separated from them is because he was not even 14 years old when he came in command of this, and he sees a little kid die on the battlefield for him. And so he sees the only way that he can do this and not feel like a piece of shit about bringing these people laying their lives on the line is literally destroying his childhood, which is why the scene where after the freaking raid, him and Guts have a water fight. And it is the first time and really the only time you see Griffith act like a child. The only moments that you get to see that innocence are with him and Guts, because he's the only person that Griffith saw as a friend. And that's the tragedy, is that Guts heard that speech. He heard that speech and was like, I can't have Griffith looking down on me. That's why I have to go.
I love how like shoujo drama that scene was of him over here.
Well, yeah,
was like
Mira's a huge shoujo fan.
Running away with tears in his eyes.
You know that Mira's a huge shoujo fan, right?
I know. Like he clearly loves a lot of drama. And there's but I love how dramatic it was, and I think it was also exacerbated because of how the whole I forget what it was. It was like a feast or like a dance. What was that? What was that whole party thing?
The ball.
It was the ball of their where they were all knighted, and Griffith was made a lord and a general.
So like I really like how that ball, because the usual person that will immediately gravitate towards Berserk, especially looking at those covers, will be edgy teenagers looking for the action and violence of this kind of book. But then, like, I love that this ball is so awkward and puts everybody in these froofy, silly outfits, and they get to be awkward. And we get like that. Like, do you want to dance with me? Cause I don't know. Cause dancing is gay.
Where did this come from? Why did you bring it up?
Because it's like it's really fun how this whole thing with the gossip stuff with Griffith, like it's so shoujo, just like listening to just like gossip and misunderstandings between lovers, and then he just Guts runs away with incomplete information.
So
I really like how awkward.
I'm torn between answering this and answering Count Dooku, who's saying my defensive Griffith falls apart because of how he let the God Hand. Look, man,
we're gonna get to all these conflicting comments. Hold on. There's a comment on the screen. There's Nick's. I have all night.
I mean,
like
Berserk stream.
So like here's the whole deal. When he enters the God's hand, okay, he is at a point where he is completely broken. We have to remember the context of the person Griffith is at the time of the Advent versus who he was for the majority of the Golden Age. They are not the same fucking person. You were talking about a man that was tortured for 1.5 years, almost 2 years. His tendons had been severed. He was never going to walk again. His tongue had been cut out and his face had been mutilated and burned. He was sitting there and he was listening to his men, these people that were willing to give their lives for him, abandon him to go with Guts, the person that he saw as his only friend ever, who left him.
More importantly, what actually triggered all of this, and that puts into context what he did to Casca, which again is not a justification, but it's an explanation, because you can't understand the story until you actually put yourself in Griffith's shoes and understand why he did what he did. Because it's not the Casca and Guts and his mercenaries meant nothing to him just because he sacrificed them. Michael said, he had been through. Right, he had been through so much, and the reason he was able to gain so much power is because these people meant a lot to him.
Him sleeping with the king's daughter was not him doing a shortcut. It was him destroying himself. He knew exactly what was going to happen. Griffith's not a fucking idiot.
Oh yes. Whoever thought that was like a mistake that he would have done, and he was like, probably has not been reading who Griffith was from the beginning.
Also, back to what Nico is saying here, the part where Griffith had a vision of Simple Eye with Costa, I think there's some people who say Costa, he just used Casca for some game. It was just a sexual attraction. I don't think so. I think he was pushed to a place of desperation. But remember, this is my point, that what actually pushed him over the edge was not just all the Band of the Hawk following Guts. It was knowing that Guts got Casca. Remember, he overheard them talking when he was in that caravan, and that's what pushed him over the edge. He couldn't let that go. That was the tipping point for him.
It confused me a little bit, because I was under the impression that Griffith never actually liked Casca that way.
He doesn't. I think that what this ultimately comes down to was it's not about Casca and Guts getting Casca. It's the fact that Casca was Griffith's most loyal supporter, and if she's willing to abandon him and she's willing to go with Guts, then he's lost everything. Now, what we also have to.
No, I don't think he was in love with her, because if he wasn't, he would have acted on it. I don't think he was in love with her.
I think that if he felt love towards anybody, it was Guts. And there's a reason why I put this out there like this. Is, again, we have to remember that this is a guy that effectively prostituted himself for the sake of his men, right? Like he did this to protect them. And so the first person that he lets in to who he is, really, is Guts. I think that he doesn't know how he feels about Guts. He's very confused because he is somebody that has had to repress himself for years, and that is going to take a psychological toll, which is why while he's sleeping with Princess Charlotte, who is he thinking about?
I remember. I'm
Thinking about Guts.
Was
He's
he
thinking about Guts.
Did
And
they
he's
like
thinking
cut
about
to Guts or something? I don't remember any cutaways during that.
Dude,
scene.
It was like this weird obsessive
Like
thing. It was mildly sexual. He was, but it was portrayed as more than.
Oh no, yeah. We don't have to boil
It
it
was
down.
like
here.
it was it was
I
his
think Laramie
object
has
of
the
obsession
closest-
because he
I
was so
think-
different than everyone else he'd come across. Gus actually challenged him. I'm sorry.
Yeah, then that's the whole point. Is that goes back to that speech that Griffith gives Charlotte, right? The one that Guts overhears. He says, "A true friend does not subsist on another's dream. They have their own path, and they would be willing to go against me if that's what it took to follow their own." Guts already did that. Griffith tried to invite him into the Band of the Hawk, and Guts told him to fuck off. Their first duel was when they became friends.
Oh, okay. All
Yeah,
right. I was
you know,
thinking
I
already did
was
that.
That was a defining moment for Guts because Guts was constantly in the shadow of his dream.
Well, yeah,
he
but
didn't have a direction.
that's how you're
Like
supposed
a-
to take it at the beginning
like
because you're following Guts, so you're kind of
This is-
too absorbed in his own thoughts.
This-
And I think it also helps you as you're developing the time through the Band of the Hawk. Like when you're stuck with his point of view, his simplistic view of Griffith and the situation, only later after you get to know Griffith that you can actually go back on those scenes and actually, think about what it meant to him as well. And like I know that you're trying to get a word in, Michael. I just want it.
No,
I have been waiting. I have been waiting for a moment.
Driving me nuts, man.
I have been waiting for a
did
moment
prostitute
between
himself
the
to
rapid
protect
fire
you, man.
between you
That
and
is
Irene
his
to just
own words.
say something.
Whenever you are given
Okay,
Oh
never
my
mind.
God.
Okay.
No, we were all very opinionated about this subject.
Ugh.
Just,
Sorry, hold on. Let Lick finish, and then Michael, you'll answer Count Dooku.
Yeah, sorry.
No, it's like it's just before we went past it because we were talking about the what happened between Griffith and Casca at the eclipse and stuff, and like people are talking about like love, desire, and like between the characters is it really goes. I wanted to judge like there was one of the things that like really kind of drills it for whoever still like holding on to the idea that there was love between Griffith and Casca at all. Like during this whole act, there you see that there's a very deliberate design in the way that Griffith's mask is made. Much like Phantom of the Paradise is like this almost like you can only face one way or the other with that bird mask. And as he is actually having his mouth connected with Casca, his eyes are not on Casca. He is like laser focused on Guts. And there's no passion in there. This is no gratification. This is just inflicting pain on somebody else.
I don't know who is arguing that he actually loved Casca.
I think it was kind of a I think that it was when you were talking about Griffith seeing Guts get Casca being the thing. Like I think that's kind of what set that. But I don't think that's what you were saying.
I meant, it's not that he actually loved Casca. It was that Casca was his most loyal, unquestioning support, and that's what set him over the edge. And that's why that on top of the fact that he wanted to get to Guts is why he, struggled with Casca.
It was not about you guys. It's just because on the chat we had a lot of talk about how Griffith's vision of like a happy ending and then having Casca take over him, like, and then just debating like the affections. Like, there's no affection.
What you also have to remember,
but at the same time, like, I think that vision was very confusing to me as well because it's like he clearly doesn't care about Casca. When he was like raping her, he was looking at Guts. It wasn't like oh my god, this was
manipulations from the god's hand to ensure that
he wanted to manipulate Guts, right? But at the same time, why did he have that vision? And honestly, that fucking vision of him having a happy life with Casa stuck in my mind for so long, and I'm like, okay, it's still
disingenuous to who he is
for him. But it's confusing because okay, hold on. I need to come back to this argument. Kanjuga said he did not prostitute himself to protect the bank. You're thinking now he was doing it big picture to further his ultimate plan. And I thought
I disagree.
Without that vision of him and Casca, that seems like it makes sense.
Except it doesn't, because
you could say either. The brilliant thing about Griffith's character is that he seems so distant, and you can never quite tell if he actually sincerely cared about the band or if it was all a means to an end, and that's the great debate. But because the band had to mean something to him for the Advent to actually work, it meant that he actually had to care. He had to sacrifice something that he cared about. So that is the one thing that turns everything on his head. He did actually have to care about the band. It did actually have to mean something. He did actually have to love them. It couldn't have, even though without the Advent, without those rules, you never know if he was actually just using them as a power play, or if he was actually trying to protect them and sacrifice them for them so they could have better equipment. But the rules of the Advent say otherwise, right? But then again,
words.
If the rules of the Advent didn't specify that, that's the whole thing. Is that if the rules of the
you have to sacrifice something that you actually love, and that's what makes you give up your humanity. Sorry,
it has to be the whole of the Band of the Hawk. I'm sorry.
If the rules of the Advent didn't specify that you had to care about these people, which they do, if they didn't, then he made no sacrifice at all. And that's the whole reason why his character is compelling and why this is a big event anyway. He sacrificed them because he cares about them. That was the whole point of it.
And that's the whole thing. The Band of the Hawk was the family that Griffith never fucking had. He was a street urchin that grew up alone. Yes, he was always charismatic and people drew to him, but the Band of the Hawk was different. There's a reason why when he comes back, what does he do? He creates a new fucking Band of the Hawk.
Yeah.
I have a question
though. Hey guys, before we keep going, I just want to check. I know that Irene has been saying multiple times, hey, I got all my day available. And I don't know how much time we're actually staying. So I just want to make sure that Michael actually gets a chance to shout out his campaign and everything before we end up getting too close to the end or something.
No, it's I want to finish this discussion, and Michael, if you need to leave anytime, let me know.
I
said that you if you needed to go, just say so.
I'm good for like 1 more hour.
Cool. Well, I don't think we're gonna do 1 more hour. I don't want to set a hard cutoff time. I'm not going to stay up past 2 a.m. my time because I have to be up tomorrow. I have a dentist appointment. It's going to be great.
Well, I
actually will go to sleep.
I was mostly asking
something here. All right, pull up Count Dooku's most recent comment because I'm going to tackle this right now.
I want to say something. I want to carry on this constant argument. Hold on. So I have had quite a bit to drink, but I want to mention. So this whole fucking thing about clearly Griffith's sacrifice in the Band of the Hawk meant that the Band of the Hawk meant a lot to him. And that's how he was able to become a member of the God's Hand, because that's how the rules are written. But
greater the sacrifice, greater the power.
It fucking gets to me that he had this vision of Casca, and then this combination of the vision of Casca, but also him raping her. That seemed like, all in all, Casca was the one member of the Band of the Hawk that actually was a means to an end to him. And I'm wondering if that's the reason she survived, because her sacrifice was not pivotal to him.
She survived because she was with Guts, and Guts got rescued by the Skull Knight. But this is my whole thing with that. You have to remember that the visions that Griffith gets when
Hi, John.
He's in the Advent,
welcome to Nerdery and Weebery.
The visions that he gets when he is in the Advent are meant to push him to make the decision, because he's not just getting the vision of that time with Casca, he's also getting the vision of the child and showcasing this is the cost. This is the cost for your dream, and having that reinforced so he continues to make the decision. And I want that vision with him and Casca is actively there because it's not true to who Griffith is.
Yeah.
And they know that it's not what he has ever wanted. Griffith is very clear about what his dream is. His dream is the kingdom.
Like,
His
I
dream
mean,
Then why
I
is the
get it- I
vision
get
there?
it-
Is it
I
projected
get it
by
that
him?
it's I get
No,
it
it's
that it's
protected by
about.
the God's hand.
I get it that we're also talking. I don't know if I agree with the idea that it's necessarily a message just sent out from the God hand. But I mean, I think that that's also
It's
bad.
while
But
he's
I think
just-
the way that I always,
I didn't interpret
at
it
least
that
the way
way.
that I always saw it is that I never, when I read that, I never saw. I was like, oh, he loves her and like actually wants a happy ending with her. It's like, it's just that when we, as Michael was saying, it's like this is a different man from what we saw from the proud young man that kicked people's ass for fun.
He's
He
broken.
is broken. He's having to face the realities of what he is and can do now, and he's having to evaluate would he be able to live with himself with that kind of a life. And that's how I always was like, I am weighing my options. Could I be content with this? Not happy, content. And because that's I feel like that's a path that a lot of people have to deal with. People that study arts and have to go on to a low-paying job, but it's a paying job, and then have to decide like, do I sacrifice my dreams for a life that I know I could live with, but could I live with myself with making this kind of a decision?
Right, and even though he doesn't like Casca, it's presented there because Casca was always an option for him. She clearly made herself an option for him. So even though he doesn't really care about her that way, it's still reasonable for him to consider the option of having like a normal life.
He does care about Casca, but not in the way that he cares about Guts.
Of course. I agreed. I think
that's what always got to her.
And so like this is the whole deal, is that when it comes down to the Advent, the big thing that governs Griffith during this is we have a person that is completely and utterly stripped of everything that made them great. This is a person that was on a winning streak despite all of his circumstances, and he was brought low by his own actions. He actively knew what he was doing when he went up to Charlotte's room. That was him pressing the self-destruct button. Yeah. Because everything that he had done up until that point had been carefully calculated to every action. No, him making that move wasn't a desperate attempt to jump the ladder after losing Guts. No, it is, this no longer matters anymore. Fuck the dream. I'm destroying it. And so then when Guts comes back, people forget this. When Griffith first sees Guts, what does Griffith try to do? He tries to strangle Guts, and he can't. He's too weak. He's mad.
He's angry that Guts gave him
the
his
dream,
old life back.
Yeah, this is the whole thing, is that when it comes down to what we see at the Advent is you have a person that has been completely broken for the past 2 years, and this person was driven by ideals and dreams, things that were, beyond what the normal layperson had. I mean, going back even to like when you look at like the Bonfire of Dreams speech, where everyone's got their little fires and they're all freaking gravitating around the inferno of Griffith. And so that's the thing that links all of these characters together, all these apostles and Griffith, is every single one of them has this lofty aspiration that's beyond the reasonable attenuations of humanity. Right? Griffith wants to completely having a kingdom, but coming from a street urchin perspective, like that you're not just talking about an aspiration. You're talking about completely shattering the world system of the time. Rosine wants to be a fairy queen. The Slug Baron wants to wage a war against the heretics and win. The frickin' all of these people are driven by specific goals, and all of them are pretty much unattainable by the laws of the world that they live in. And so these are people that are set up to fail. They're dupes. That's the whole point of the Bailet, is they're people with these lofty aspirations that can be crushed. And the moment that they're crushed, that's when the Advent.
And we even see the chapter where maybe canon, maybe not canon chapter of like Griffith
the God
looking
chapter.
at the heart of what is it called, like the big heart of canonicity or something, like what is that thing?
The God chapter something. I don't. I
Whatever
know what
that thing. Yeah, it faces that thing.
But it's one of these things where it's like I feel that a lot of the issues people have with Griffith ultimately come from the fact that they despise what he does in the Advent and they refuse to acknowledge that there's a single part of him that's good.
Yeah, I know, but it's because people.
yeah.
It's a lot of people have an issue with actually consolidating the fact that there's no absolute evil and absolute good. There's people are a mix of that inevitably, and also like someone's good might be somebody's evil, and like a lot of people do not want to consolidate that because it is safe to keep them separate. Also, I also wanted to spotlight this comment because I love the fact that it goes so well with their username. Old Dirty Fatty was like, I wish I wasn't too old to know what you guys are talking about.
Oh shit! Well, thanks for sticking around. You have no fucking idea what we're talking. Well, hold on. Berserk has been going for like 35 years, so
yeah, 1989.
Sure.
Honestly, yeah.
I know,
Okay, hold on. Not 35, but like Berserk is my age, guys. Now you know how old I am.
1990.
The first Berserk started in 89.
Yep,
So, like,
exactly. This
like,
shit
yeah,
is old.
It's been around.
Man,
I
Michael,
think
I
that
have never had such a deep conversation about Berserk. Or at least
I know. I was
haven't
not
had deep
expecting
conversations,
this.
but I'm so excited to see that you're like deep into it too, and that you really think about it. Like,
Yeah, most of the time when somebody breaks Berserk, we're just talking about the gore.
Yeah,
How
it's
cool
Yeah,
it is.
it's so cool and so edgy.
stuff.
It's got these beautiful thematic nuances. Like, I mean, even like, so we were talking about like Guts, right? In the first few books, he's very he's very
Simplistic.
He's
Single
presented
track mind.
as one-dimensional.
He's very simplistic to the point where you think that he's one-dimensional. But I think that was the intent because you don't have the context of what happens to him. And when you go back
not only the context,
Berserk,
it's like I think that's like a brilliant thing about having made such a long series is that you're actually catching people at the point in their lives where they just want a simplistic gore machine, but they learn to care about it. And then they learn why he's a simplistic gore machine because it's self-destructive.
He's a simplistic gore machine because of complex reasons.
Yeah.
Yeah, and well, I mean, that's the whole thing is that it's protective armor. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Is all of the all this mean shit, all this hyper. I'm gonna pump my chest out and freaking like use a little girl as a meat shield. I
think a lot of people know. Sorry.
I was just gonna say is all of that stuff is a way to hide from the fact that, for the second time in his life, Guts was made vulnerable by somebody with more power than him. He couldn't do anything. And the first time, I'm not going to bother, like everyone knows, everyone should know what I'm talking about. The instance when he was a kid,
yeah,
and Gambino and Donovan. That's all we'll say about that. But the Advent was the second time in his life where he was completely helpless and overpowered. And everything.
And he had worked so hard to not be that way up until that point, but it was all for nothing.
Yeah, I guess so.
Exactly.
I mean, he's been willing with other people, but it's been willingly the other times.
It's not the same.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's like those are the times where he's been made vulnerable unwillingly.
Yeah,
but also, I think people, because the reason we have a lot of people who are fans of Berserk, but most of what we talk about is, it's so gory, it's so edgy. People know the real reason Berserk is popular and is so long-lasting is because there is depth beyond the gore and the edginess. It's not just so. I think people know. I think even people who are like, oh yeah, whoa, look, tits and gore and shit. Like, it's very, you can't read Berserk and not understand the deeper meaning behind the story. It's just people are uncomfortable talking about it. People don't want to talk about these themes.
100%.
Because it gets deep. And you
I
have,
think to a degree
it does.
I think to a degree it goes that way. But, there are different audiences. Some people act because the thing is just like you go to entertainment to be entertained. And sometimes when you actually engage with it, you will get what you want out of it when you engage. Like I think when I talked to AC about it, a big fan of Evangelion. It's like I feel that there are two kinds of fans that will go with it. Ones that will engage with the surface level story about like, hey, the angels are coming to Earth, and what is the big mystery about Nerve? Like, that story. But there's the other story that is like actually is engaging with the emotionality of the characters below and how this is all just a means to an end to facilitate that. And so it's like, yes, people know that there's the existence of that, but some of this stuff, depending on what you're looking for and what you are and what you like, you will classify parts of a story as white noise. And they will become white noise for you if it's not what you're seeking.
Yeah, I have met people like that.
Things like we enjoy that part of Berserk, but not everybody does. And so some of that stuff will be pushed out completely. And that is, people really will engage with it on a visual level and maybe sometimes like push that out. Like I remember when we talked, when Michael talked about how, he had an emotional connection to his books. I was surprised because a lot of the time when we talk about some of these other projects, people do engage it on just a visual level. It's just like, I want to tell a story about grittiness, and I want to show that I can do this. And when I try to talk about it, what inspired you to draw? Where do you come from this? It's like they talk about technical values. Like this artist drew really well. This story was there, and I loved monsters. And people choose to not look at these other things. Creators can have an intent. Creators can have an intent to communicate something, pain, emotion, ideas, but there's different audiences. As much as we value these things because we like Berserk as it is, certain audiences can just see us like, it has to be there because there's a story, but really, I just want Godzilla to breathe down this thing's neck and rip its head out. And like,
true.
You know what? It did it. It hit it. It paid my ticket to watch the movie. I'm done. Gonna go to the bathroom. Jerk off a quick one. Done.
Yeah, there are audiences. I'm just trying to be charitable to say less people are like that than we assume. I think most people, even people who play off just liking a story because, ooh, tits and shit and blood, they actually know. A lot of those people understand the deeper meaning behind the stories like Berserk, but people are uncomfortable talking about it, is my point. But you're right. Some people are just like, oh my God, yeah, that guy ripped a chick's head off. Ooh.
Go ahead, honey. What's up?
I'll take a quick aside. I've seen y'all in the chat saying justice for me, and now Dun Ringel, you say shove Nick behind the text banners. Damn you! Justice for Nick. He's saying some good stuff. I like what my husband had. I like what Nick has to say.
I thought it was funny that John Malin was asking.
I know, John Malin is like who are the guests. Okay, AC is not a guest. She's a regular on my channel, but Michael is the guest today.
And it's funny because I've met John like 3 times.
At my point, Irene.
AC and Nick are my regulars. They're kind of they work on various parts of it. Michael is the guest, but it's okay. Thank you for the $4.99. Should I wrench John, everyone? I feel like I'm gonna regret this, but I'm gonna wrench him.
Uh-oh.
Because he's super chatted. So famous last words. Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Everyone that's been talking about weeb stuff in the chat is about to get timed out.
Oh shit.
But yeah, like talking about like the different kinds of enjoyment for a piece of media.
Yeah, are you happy?
The thing is just that it's easy to prioritize or validate more someone that actually engages with the text. But I think like we want to do that, but it's like it's not even necessary because like
in the chat.
it's just like I think that, for example, like Ava fans are stereotyped as being annoying cunts because they just can't help but just like lecture people on how they're supposed to understand a particular text. But it's like you don't need to. The fact that a project or a book or whatever has a way of reaching you, whether it be through the text or it just be through the visuals, a long-lasting effect is still inspirational. And I actually try and I don't know, teach myself to not be elitist about this because it creates inspiration through it. Like we talk about a lot of North American creators that engage with the medium through just like the technical level. Like I forget, is his name like Jim Lee? He's like a comic book artist that does a lot of like really detailed cross hatching. Yeah, Jim Lee. Like people don't talk about the stories that he was in. They talk about the technical level, and he's like, I aspire to draw a Batman as cool as he does, and that's one way of inspiring people. Like I actually do think that there's just as many people that engage with Berserk on just a visual level and zero else as there's people that obsess about the story and the visual. And I think that that's just as valid because it'll create people that are passionate about that one way or another, be it the technical level of like, I want to aspire to make a story through just amazing cross hatching, and just people that actually want to communicate something, which I really like and is very compelling. We just talked, AC and I were just talking about how Michael, like you talking about your superhero book this way really was interesting to me because I don't hear a lot of people with purpose behind their story.
Agreed.
And that's like more than how you guys defined it as just like how it's like going all out or committing. More than committing, it's like it feels like there's something personal. There more than a means to prove yourself, to like create something or follow this what we talk about an echo chamber of certain kinds of stories, is that there's something personal. It has a haunt outfit, it has a JoJo parody, but you talk about your interest in history, the details in there, your connection, your personal connection to your life, and those things is what, at least whenever I'm here listening to Irene's podcast, stream. Those are the ones that I kind of catch my eye more often. Not when I want to like back something, is when I hear something personal that actually is being communicated through that, instead of just following the echo chamber or proving that one can actually make something. Because then there's something to actually read between the text instead of just images that can be filled out with text that would just make a story have a beginning, middle, and end.
Yeah,
I think someone in the chat mentioned sometimes you have to give the audience what they need instead of what they want. I think it depends, because that also can lead to a dangerous place. It's a balance, right? I think storytelling is about balance, and Brian Krisko just had a very interesting point. The whole point of art is it's subjective, so different people find different meanings to it. I can't stand what artists who tell you what their intent was. Just trust the tale, not the teller. Yeah, but I would say that a good storyteller would be able to make their tale clear to the vast majority of their audience.
Yeah,
and ultimately, art is a communication, and not art, but storytelling and communication are, which is what comics is. It's about communication. So it's not just about you indulging yourself, and not just about you trying to achieve fame by chasing the current trend. It's about the balance between what appeals to your consumer and your reader, and what you have to say from your life experiences, and what do you have to say about your human experience.
But the thing is just that even when you are effectively communicating, when you make a story that means something to you, it doesn't matter to an audience member, because they will take what they interpret out of that. And you have, no matter how good of a communicator you believe you are, you have no control over what they will take out of it.
It can't be 100%. You can't control your audience. That's right.
Irene, what I want to say is, like, they can take a starkly opposite point of view from what you want to take. And I want to put an example there.
Well, those people are psychopaths. I'm just kidding.
Well,
And I want to put an example to that is talking about Watchmen. Like there's a lot. Like, and I don't even want to touch the ending, but I want to talk about the way that people have absorbed a lot of these characters in popular media. Like people look into Watchmen, and when written, Rorschach. How do you pronounce it? Rorschach was supposed to be depicted as someone that the author completely disagreed with. It was supposed to be depicted as a psychopath, not something that you were never supposed to follow, and show how misguided this path was. And yet, most people that I talk to about Watchmen, their favorite character is Rorschach because it's so badass. Oh my god, he is so messed up in the head. He fucking killed those dogs.
That's their reason.
I think that's where all the Griffith did nothing wrong people are coming from.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is just like you have
the same
control. You have no control over what people will take. No control over how they will
You have
interpret.
some control. But you have some control. As
it's not about control.
But you should not use that. If you straight up state what you mean through
That's
things.
not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. As a storyteller, as a comic artist, when we went to college.
Also, hey Dan.
Hi Dan.
Hi Dan.
When we went to college, sequential art.
What's up, Dan?
Hello, friend.
When we went to college, sequential art. That was the major we all took. All the artists here who all went to school together. That was classified as a communicative art. The goal was to communicate something.
Yeah.
And
that's what I was getting at.
Writing kind of falls into the same category. So art and storytelling ultimately in the big picture of everything, art is subjective. Yes, you can take it any way you want to, but there are rules and guidelines to how to manage expectations given the human condition, given human expectations and our human experience that we can learn to actually gauge and play upon. So we have some towls to try and push a story and a message that we want to tell. Ultimately, we don't have control over it, but we can still kind of gauge it toward a general.
Yeah, you can, but you're not bound to succeed on like a guaranteed outcome.
You're never guaranteed.
That's all I'm stating.
Before we go down this rabbit
you're saying
hole,
there's no way you can do it.
No, it's just
Wait,
like
I have one.
The point is just like it is a craft. It is a craft. People will strive for it, especially as we talked about. It's a communicative medium, but there is no guarantee that your audience will take it.
I want
to point out a point. We're talking about the communicative medium as if we present a story and our thesis, because in our private chat, me and AC especially have been going on this idea about on this discussion about the moral thesis of your story, right? And how every story, how according to books like Robert McKee, your story needs to have a moral thesis. And I think what we're getting at is you can present that moral thesis, but people don't have to agree with it. But your job as an artist is not to make people agree with you. Your job as an artist is not to make people agree that Rorschach is bad or Griffith is bad. It's to communicate your thesis correctly, but people don't have to agree. I've mentioned before that I love Vinland Saga, but I actually don't agree with the moral thesis of complete pacifism and nonviolence, even the more moderate form that Thorfinn concludes towards the later part of the story. But I love the story because it's well done, because the moral thesis is very clear. So your job is to communicate your argument, but people don't have to agree.
I'm not sure I completely agree with you on that, Irene, but what I really wanted to get to is that we haven't heard from Michael in a long time, and I want to hear his thoughts about any of this that we've been talking about for the last 5 years.
Oh my goodness.
Michael just might say, like, actually, I'm kind of done with this, and I wanted to talk about my favorite episode of Snoopy.
Oh my god!
So
can you tell we're all fucking nerds? Okay, all right. So
very first, passionate. I do want to address something because we were talking about the Watchmen for a second. I think one of the biggest problems that comes along with the Watchmen is a difference of culture. Alan Moore is British. and has a very dark sense of humor, and Watchmen is a dark British satire making fun of like over the top superhero antics in real world setting. Like that's the whole fucking point. Is like if there is a self insert character, it's the comedian, because everything's like literally the most metal line is everything's a joke. Like that's the whole point, is that it's just absurdity, and it went over everyone's head. And Alan Moore hates the Watchmen because of it, because now everyone's trying to make books like the Watchmen in superhero comics, and that was never his intent. And so like I think that's the big thing that I get from that, is like you see these people like, oh, everything needs to be super serious like the Watchmen. It's like, except that was never like Alan Moore's intent was to showcase how these things don't, like, the ridiculousness of blending both of these things together. It was a satire. Like that's the whole point.
But Michael, like when you put it as
Interesting
just
context.
as just a European thing, it's like, but think about, like, there's other examples where people can actually pose the same kind of satire, and like again, I generalize, but like,
Yeah.
I mean, like, North American audiences have accepted it as just like rule of cool, like this is the message, it's cool, violence is good. Like look at for example RoboCop. You know, like that movie was supposed to just be a satire. Like, oh my god, imagine if cops were this vindictive,
Starship
and had
Troopers.
and the government was idiotic enough to allow this level of weaponry onto just law enforcement. Wouldn't that be a zany world? And then people like absorb the complete opposite of it. You know.
Yeah.
So it's like, I don't know if you can really just hatch that out to just like cultural differences.
So like effectively what it comes down to is like a, there are different ways of communicating in every culture and everything like that. And I don't, and when I say that, I don't mean that it's like, oh well, because this, that, the other. I think that what it comes down to is that there, you look at the like an American cultural identity. There was a paper put out by I think he's a 19th century historian, William Turner, called the Turner Thesis, where he talks about like the how the American frontier shaped the American persona, right? Like the cultural identity of America, and like he goes down this list of traits that based off of his findings he considers are like uniquely American, right? And so these kinds of things will affect how the audience sees, how an American audience perceives something. Now, he's not using that to talk about how it affects like pop culture. He's using that in terms of a historical, political aspect, because the whole point of the Turner Thesis is kind of to showcase the American frontier and its effect on this, that, the other. But it also applies in how that we, how the American audience perceives media. I mean, looking at the most popular films going back through the days. I mean, your cowboys, outlaw movies, outlaws should be like cautionary tales, right? But like they're the heroes, because one of the the top thing on like William Turner's thesis, like the top trait that is the most uniquely American trait, is a genuine distrust of one's own government. Right, like that's
right. Our identity is built on rebellion and being
exactly right. Even
iconoclast.
back to the initial settlers, most of them were political or religious refugees of some sort, of some kind or another, right? So at the end of the day, these things are built into a cultural identity and a cultural ethos, and it's how, and though that is something that affects perception, right? Now, don't get me wrong, it's not the only thing at play. There are plenty of other things that go into that, personal circumstances, all sorts of there are all sorts of things that affect our ability to perceive art, to perceive media, to perceive this, to perceive that. But the surrounding that you are in from a societal standpoint does also affect that, does alter that. And there are distinct differences in like British culture and British humor and American. British culture generally, British humor tends to be more dry and can be a bit more dark. American comedy is far more slapstick, and and that's all well and good, but like that's how you can get these things misconstrued with certain, like if an artist is trying to convey a sentiment that is authentic to the experience that they grew up with, that's not necessarily authentic to somebody else's, a message can be missed.
Right.
And that's not necessarily, but like, and that also goes into something that was said earlier, I believe by Dave Kriskow, is Brian Kriskow, I apologize, is that art is subjective. At the end of the day, we just had like an hour and a half rant debate on Berserk, and every single one of us has, we have similar views, but there are differences, and that's 100% fine, because when you are looking at a piece of art, it should never be that everyone has the same view, because it should mean something special to every single person that looks at it, right? You should never get it, because the point of art should never be to propagate a message. It should be to create a conversation, right? Yeah. The moment that any sort of viewpoint or agenda or this, that, the other takes over the narrative, and this comes down to writing, this comes down to painting or what have you. The moment that the message overcomes the story of the piece, it's no longer art, it's propaganda. There's a difference.
Yeah, and it becomes a lot more difficult to actually engage with an audience that doesn't already agree with you.
Exactly. So like that's what it ultimately comes down to. And like this has been such a blast. I'm so glad I got to come on, and don't worry, like if you guys shoot me the link, I'll do my best to come on when I can. I've had a blast talking.
Oh yeah, well, as we've said, you are now a permanent member of the panel, and I just want to add that is a good point, and that's why when people say that art is subjective, that rubs me the wrong way, and not because I entirely disagree, because I think it's 50-50. Art is especially comics, is about communication, especially storytelling. It's a play between the storyteller and the person who is being told the story. And that's why you should know your audience. When Alan Moore is telling his story, when people misinterpret it, well, those people were probably not his intended audience. And I'm sure people somewhere in like bumfuck Siberia would misinterpret the story that I'm telling or you're telling, but that's not your intended audience. It's about communication. But it's not just all one way. You can't propagandize people and make them believe what you believe, but it's a debate in a way. And it's sort of it's a communication about how a subject matter or how life should be lived.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at the beginning of this stream, I talk about how like stories, I consider stories to be like the grand unifier, right? Because at the end of the day, like different cultures have different identities, and when you go back, you look at their stories, their original stories, like their myths and everything. Like these are the things that their cultures held as inherent values to uphold their civilizations, their societies. And when you see their bad guys, their villains, those people embody traits that they consider to be negative towards civilization, that would destroy it. And like that's generally where you get those clashes. But when you look at those things, you're never going to see the same thing across the board. You'll see some things come up. Like obviously, there's an inherent value in families, for instance. Like you're not going to have like a civilization built around something that doesn't have some sort of value in a family system, because you can't build a civilization without people. But like there are other things that don't correlate. It's like some and there are differences, because at the end of the day, people perceive things differently based off of the situations and the environments that they are in. And that does create a cultural identity, and these stories serve as a pseudo like cultural Bible. Like when you look at like it, I talk about the Iliad was my bedtime story growing up. When I do like
when I'm
in
what a bedtime story.
Oh man, it was great. I used to dream about chasing Hector around the walls of Troy like 10 times. It was great. Weird little fucking kid. But when you look at these things from a historiographic standpoint, stories like the Iliad and the Odyssey are what are called cultural Bibles. Like they are the legacy of what Greeks valued in those societies. And like when you look at characters like Achilles and Heracles and everything like that, all of them are incredibly competent characters, very powerful, but they also have inherent flaws, and that also reflects the philosophy that the Greeks had about humanity as well, and even the gods and how they're reflected in us. So it's like you get pieces like that. You get all of these really, really interesting bits by looking at all these different cultural stories, and what have you. And when you're telling your own story, I feel like it's another big thing where if you're studying the stories of the past and you're seeing what makes up these cultural Bibles from across the world, you can find things that are consistent across the board and try to communicate to them so that it reaches a greater audience as well.
I think so. I think there are human universals. And for example, I recently did a video on heroic storytelling, and I think I did decent. I think I could have done a better job in some ways. But at the end of the day, there's a reason that certain types of story appeal to all people across all cultures, across all of time. And it's because storytelling is a vehicle for not telling people how to live their lives, but as a suggestion, as a guidance. And the point of storytelling is to, like an essay, have a thesis and prove to you why this is how you should react to a problem, because we will all encounter problems and difficulties in our lives, and heroic storytelling is a guide, a template to this is how you should react to defeat, to failure, and this is how you should react to the great evil or the great struggle of your life. And that's why heroic storytelling is so universal. And I was talking about how it strikes really rubs in the wrong way. There are people that are trying to deconstruct that, but that's a whole different discussion. And at the end of the day, I think there are universals, because I was thinking in a lot of the discussion we've had here, it's been focused on Western storytelling, which is completely understandable. But I can think of stories that I grew up with from Chinese culture that are the same thing. For example, heroes who were... It's going to take a long time for me to get into like the details of the stories and all this shit. I don't want to get on a huge tangent, but basically how being just strong and good at defeating evil wasn't enough. It was about the strength of character, and it was about whether or not you actually cared for people and the reasons for why you did things. And that's when I was thinking about the proof for what is a hero and what is good storytelling, that this sort of background I had with knowing storytelling from the Eastern Hemisphere kind of proved to me that there is a universal sort of not template, but what appeals to humans, because storytelling is powerful because it helps people carry through their difficulties. I've had a lot of drink. I don't know if that makes sense.
No, it does. And what you're touching on is effectively what Joseph Campbell talks about in his monomyth thesis, where it's like there is this universal DNA of the hero's journey that appeals to everybody as a mode to inspire the best of us, right? And like for me, I see comics as like the latest inheritor of that legacy. You know, you the whole point is to inspire us to push through the worst parts of our lives and be the best versions of ourselves that we can be.
Why comics
Right.
specifically?
I think comics is an untapped medium, though, because there's been a lot of talk about, well, we've been through the radio age, we've been through the television, we've been through movies, and sort of we've gone through video games. So I think comics has been around almost longer than video games, but it's sort of untapped. And I don't know.
By comics, I should clarify. Comic book superheroes are like effectively like a modern mythology almost, right? Where you have heroes that embody societal values to inspire the best in people is what they're I feel intended to be at their core. Like, it's not always handled that way, but I think that's what they are intended to be.
That
At
makes
least-
it sound like you think that the essence of comics is like superhero comics or something like that.
No, it's
No,
not. It's not
I don't
because at
think
the end of the day,
so.
there it is just a medium of storytelling. It's
Yeah,
not.
we were just talking about going on from myths. Just is I think it's
Yeah.
just that the miscommunication might just be that myths are put up on a pedestal as having like higher meaning because of their antiquity. And so like just saying that superheroes try and follow in a similar traditions and thus kind of taking over the what do you call that the robe? I don't know.
The mantle.
Yeah, thank you. Taking on the mantle of that is not trying to say that it absorbs all of comic books, but that rather is like it's trying to take on that a similar role by saying like just talking about little morals and whatnot and heroes aspiring to be the better you and whatnot. It's a very direct correlation that you can take between those kinds of stories.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, because like honestly, like when you guys are talking about this and inspiring better you and all this stuff about superheroes, I can't help but just like, man, yeah, like I don't know, like here in Latin America, nobody gives a shit about superheroes because it's all so North American. It's so North American that they're just like it's just like
it's definitely like the superhero genre is rooted in it is rooted in because of where it came up, you know. It
Mhm.
is rooted in an American, like it is a part of an American identity, 100%. And it's
so that's why I was I'm not trying to contradict what you're saying. I was just saying
no,
that
no, I get where you're
from what AC was talking about like misconception that just equating it to myths means that that's what comic books are defined as. Like it's like I can have like the distinction of like it doesn't connect to a lot of audiences because it is like it connects to the one where like it is directly catered to. And so
100%. But like even when you look at like manga, right? Like anime is very popular in Central Latin America and everything. I've got like at the end of the day, like Dragon Ball Z is one of the most lucrative franchises in anime and everything. And effectively, that's what Dragon Ball Z is also an extension of like it has a lot of inspirations from Chinese mythologies and freaking Goku's inspiration is Sun Wukong, right? If I recall correctly. So it's like there's like at the end of the day there like a character like the stories like that, they do resonate with people. It's about how you package them though.
No, yeah, let me actually say something on this because I agree with this. It's like there's these things actually do translate in one way or another. Like talking about it, like being the myths and spiders. Like how many people how many people do I see online that are like jacked up beasts? And when you actually go down, it's like, yeah, dude, like honestly, I started like working out because I like Dragon Ball Z and they talk about so many people. It's like it's a regimen, like yeah. And like, but like, what I wanted to say about this is that I think it when you Mike, when you touch about like how it's translated, I think it's a strong point on this because like people, yes, a lot of Latin American audiences do not connect with superheroes and actually took them just becoming popcorn entertainment at the movies for people to actually start watching them or to even know the names beyond, because the only one that people knew around here was like Spider-Man. When talking about translation, I think Dragon Ball, which is like a like breakout hit here. Like even when they're not showing episodes, it's on every anime fans or just kids' lunchbox, T-shirt, and notebooks. I think it's interesting to see that there's very different stuff that is absorbed from these things. For like in DBZ, when I kind of came, I came to realize that such a thing as translation. Adaptation doesn't necessarily mean translation. And I saw both the English version and then the Latin American version, then the Japanese version of DBZ. I always remember this moment where like Vegeta gets away and like they're like the whole thing is just like Goku let him go, and Krillin's like, dude, we could have killed him. He killed our friends. In the Japanese audio, what he actually says, like, yeah, dude, Krillin, I'm sorry, but I need him to come back. Just imagine how strong he will be, and I'll fight him. It's like, it is a selfish intent by this character. He just wants to be strong. You're not supposed to emulate Goku. He's an idiot that all he cares about is self-improvement. In the North American dub, if you actually
they make him a superhero.
He's just like, no, Krillin, let him go. He's learned his lesson. He will, dude, like seriously, he'll be a good person now. And Vegeta just shoots his spaceship out, laughing his ass out. I'll fucking kill you. It's like, dude, it is absorbed in a very different. Like, I think a lot of North American versions see Goku, and it's like, oh, he's supposed to be a hero. He's a Superman. He's out there for us. But like, I think Japanese audience is like, oh no, he's selfish, and he's doomed us all because all he wants is a good punch out.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Well, like, and that's the whole thing. I was surprised that you went with that and not like the most obvious one, which is the.
Oh, excuse me, Michael.
the Super Saiyan.
He is out nerding you right now.
The Super Saiyan speech during Frieza, because the American translation is like, I'm a pillar of like justice and righteousness.
Oh,
and
right. Your heart has to be pure to be a Saiyan.
Wait, I don't remember this. Tell me, what is it? What's the difference?
So like in the Japanese version, like Goku is about it. Like Goku is terrifying. Like the Japanese speech is like, I am going to murder you. And then you look at the American version and it's like, I am a pillar of justice.
I think that ties into, and I'm not going to get into too into this, but that ties into sort of it's good in some ways, but there's always a negative side to this American psyche, and it has to do with culture, but also has to do with politics of how Americans view both culturally and politically themselves as a leader and objectively speaking, we're the world hegemon and the superpower, and that ties into it where we want to help, but the way we want to help is always the same way, and like the way that we're like this, we're the heroes, but sometimes when we see we're the heroes, that it's true, and I don't want to get into because I've been watching a lot of videos about by a professor called John Mortimer about how the idea of a liberal hegemony is what's causing a lot of international problems with America, but I'm not going to get too into it because it's a discussion about nerd culture. But actually it ties into this a lot because it's about the American psyche, about how we are the world hero and we want to do good, but the way that we think is what's good for the rest of the world isn't always what's good, and there should be more of a balance, right? So that's what I'm seeing in this narrative of what America is putting out there as a superhero.
Well, and the other thing that we have to take in consideration is that, you know, for better or worse, the way that the American media saw Dragon Ball Z, which it wasn't intended to be, is this is a cartoon, it's for little kids.
It's not.
Well, to be fair, my mom loves Dragon Ball Z.
Your mom loves Dragon Ball Z.
It's great stuff,
but like, when you're
I feel like that was an insult to your mom.
when you're looking at old school Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z and everything like that, like, yeah, there's humorous and quirky bits, but it's not a kiddie show. But like, that's the thing, is that there was this stigma in the United States for a very long time of, it's a cartoon that's for little kids.
Well, right. That's because animation has been stigmatized in the United States forever, and it still is.
Absolutely. And like, that's the whole issue. Like, that's also a big thing that played into why Goku was translated the way he was in the States. So we can't have this guy being like an unethical jackass. We're putting this on kids' channels.
Right. Well, I think that ties into this sort of discussion of whether Griffith is, he's all good or his intentions were all bad. Maybe there's a middle ground to some of these things, and maybe
100%.
it's a critique on when someone has a lot of power. There is a good side, but there's also a bad side. I want to address Ralph. I don't know what she's saying, but in Chinese, but she looks kind of smart. I'm not smart, but okay. I guess I'll get a little bit, tiny bit into it. I can tell. Okay, a tiny bit into it. So this story that really stuck out to me when I was thinking about heroic storytelling across all cultures is a story of Zhou Cu in Chinese mythology. It's a story of a man who had superhuman strength, and he's just a normal man, but in his town he was known for having a lot of, he was very strong. He would like fight all the monsters, and he would always defeat all the creatures, all the brigands that were threatening people, but people didn't like him because he did it for his own glory. And one day he overheard someone saying, "Oh, there are three evils that are plaguing this town. One of them is the evil in the mountains, and one of them is the evil of this dragon that's plaguing our rivers, and it's always eating people that are by the rivers and drowning them, and one of them is always eating people who go into the mountains. But the third evil is so great, we can't tell you what it is." So he overhears it. He's like, "I'm going to be the hero, and I'm going to go save everybody. I'm going to defeat all these evils." And so he sets on a journey. He defeats the lion that's in the mountains killing travelers through the mountains, and then he defeats the river dragon that's eating people who go by the river. And then he goes back to the townspeople and he asks, "Well, what's the third evil?" And then they say, "Well, we can't tell you." And then he hold on. So the story is he fights the river dragon, and he doesn't, the people of the town think he's dead, actually. And then he overhears the people saying, "Well, I guess the third evil took care of himself, because it was this guy that was so full of himself, and he just always wanted to fight and prove himself. You know, he wanted glory, but he wasn't actually a true hero. And I guess he killed himself fighting the river dragon. So now all three evils are taken care of." And that's when this hero character realized that, oh, he was actually considered the third evil of the town, because he wasn't using his power necessarily for good. He was using his power to assuage his own ego. He just wanted to fight the brigands. He wanted to defeat all these monsters, but he wasn't doing it for anyone else. He wanted people to praise him, and he didn't actually want to protect anybody. So he changed his ways after he overheard this conversation where people actually hated him and didn't see him as an idealized role model. Okay, anyways.
That is fantastic. And one of these days we're going to have to, because you were talking about universal storytelling and things that cross boundaries. And I actually, that gives me a whole other realm of conversation. But it is 1 a.m. and I've got to be up with the little guy to take him to school.
Right, okay. So, I feel like my stupid cultural story just bored everybody to death. But
no, it's
anyways.
fantastic, and it actually, I next time I come on, we're gonna talk about this, and we're gonna talk about how it's very similar to Achilles' own journey in the Iliad and the Odyssey, because it literally is.
I want to hear this. Holy shit.
Because
okay,
well, all right, so I will do a quick.
Okay, all right.
You know that you're gonna be delayed, dude.
All right, so like effectively, what Achilles' character journey in the Iliad is his tragic flaw is obviously pride, but in the Iliad, the focus is rage. The Iliad opens up, and the prologue is effectively sing muse of the rage of Peleus' son Achilles, which caused many woes to countless souls, Trojan and Greek alike. And so, effectively, the whole story of the Iliad is that the rage of Achilles is a nuclear weapon. And initially, in its passive form, he goes to his mother, who's an immortal nymph, and has her persuade Zeus to make sure that the Greeks lose every battle until they beg him to come back, and this causes everyone to die. And then like the Greeks are losing and everything like that. His companion Patroclus says, "I can't take this anymore. Let me go out there in your armor to scare the Trojans away." And when he does that, and when Achilles agrees to this, Patroclus goes out, he gets killed. And then now Achilles is stricken with grief, and the anger becomes active, and it becomes directed at the Trojans. And he starts massacring people, just brutally. And then you have the duel between him and Hector, which isn't much of a duel at all. It lasts for like maybe 2 seconds. The longest part of the duel is Achilles chasing Hector around the walls of Troy like 6 or 7 times. And then he brutalizes Hector's corpse. Now, the end of this story is Achilles has effectively gotten nothing out of this. He's still angry. He's still mad. And then somebody surprises him at his tent, and it's Priam. It's the king of Troy, and he's come to beg for the body of his son back. And it's at this point that Achilles realizes that the anger has done nothing for him, and that he lets it go. He creates a 10-day truce with Priam for both Patroclus and Hector to receive full burial rights. And so here's this whole thing of you have a person that was motivated solely for selfish intent with the ability to do good, the ability and the power to do better, but he used it for his own selfish gains. And by the end of the story, he realizes that the power he uses his true power and his influence in the Greek army to create a peace where heroes can be honored by their loved ones. And that is a universal thing. People with power have a responsibility to do right by the people around them, but they can't be doing it for selfish reasons, because the moment that it becomes self-absorbed, it's no longer good.
Right. That's what I was the point I was trying to make in the video, that video essay I made. I think I could have done a little better, but I think heroic storytelling is about handling great power with great responsibility. And that's why that line from Spider-Man is so long lasting. It's not because, well, it's a catchy line, but that really is the essence of heroic storytelling. It's not just being about somebody who has powers and is cool and is good at doing shit. No, it's about handling it responsibly and in a way that cares for other people.
Yeah. Not propaganda here. I love it.
I know. I feel like Dan is just undermining everything we say. Like, propaganda. Hi, Dan. He's been silently undermining us this whole time.
I will just say I'm strictly here for Malin, because I saw Malin was bummed out that he couldn't see everybody on the chat, and I was like, well, if they pop me in there at the bottom, then everybody that's talking will be up above the chat. So I made it so everybody was visible.
Oh, is that why? Well, we appreciate your sacrifice.
Yeah, that's me. I'm sacrificing.
Here to finally push everyone up.
Meanwhile, behind the scenes, I'm making propaganda.
You are making propaganda.
But it's the propaganda we all want. And
it's
I put AC's
propaganda
face on there and everything.
That's a little disturbing, but
I
all
got
right.
the eyebrows, yeah.
I don't know what AC thinks about that.
It's like an AC deep fake on one of my characters.
Does she have? Why is everybody talking about her fucking eyebrows? You guys are weird. Okay, she's shy. Let's not do this to her.
For something.
I know, like fucking armpits. Now it's eyebrows. You guys, right? Michael, you have to go.
I'll mail this to you.
You really have
gift.
You had to go, Michael. I've heard that.
I do. So one last time.
I appreciate you so much. Thank you for coming on. This has been fucking fantastic.
Well, like, this was the thing when we got into that conversation months ago. I was like, oh yeah, like we definitely need to hang out. We're gonna have a blast. And I was
I'm like, yeah, we're totally gonna do it. And then I totally fucking forgot about it because I had like fucking fulfillment issues of people fucking on my campaign and shit.
Trust me, I get it. Like sometimes the world hits you like a runaway ice cream truck.
No, man.
You just roll with the punches.
This has been a long time waiting, and I'm glad you could come on. You're welcome back anytime. One last time, everybody back Elysian Fields. I still have this pulled up. Hold on. Here we go. Well, hold on. SPQR, because you put the Elysian Fields in the title. SPQR's Bizzare Adventure and the Elysian Fields Remaster. Okay, let's refresh one more time before you leave to see if anybody backed it.
So I just want to say that I got dibs on the sequel because I can't wait to do the extreme X-rated wraparound variant cover of the Caligula book.
Dan just wants to draw an orgy.
Well, that is true, but he is good at it, so you should let him do it.
I just have in the foreground will just be one long fisting, like just
one long fisting. Dan would make a great job of that. So
Michael,
you should give him the job.
Michael, do you want to give your last pitch for your stuff before Irene does it for you?
Yeah, man. So SPQR's Bizarre Adventure and Elysian. What happened?
Nothing. Go
Reenie's
ahead.
pointing. Oh, okay.
I'm pointing at Nick, not you.
SPQR's Bizarre Adventure and Elysian Fields Remaster is a great way to catch up on everything that Nine Realms has done so far. SPQR's Bizarre Adventure is the not so accurate historical retelling of the Rubicon Crossing that you didn't know you needed. That's done in JoJo Bizarre Adventure fashion with like hyper masculine dudes, extreme posing, and lots of barrages of punches. And Elysian Fields is the original Nine Realms property, and it's been completely remastered and with a full recolor work by Avery Ferdinand. And you can catch up on everything that we had. We got a lot of great value, and everything that we have left over is going to go into the production of the next book, so that way we can have that closer to being done by the time we by the time we launch. So
awesome.
Don't forget to put Kari's name in the pitch.
I already did.
Oh yeah, the art is fantastic.
Going ahead.
That's right, friend.
The artist is
copy now.
Let's refresh. So Kari is the artist, and we should all follow her because she's doing this. Art is so fucking fantastic. And this is your 4th campaign, by the way. So
yes,
no worries about this not getting in your hands.
Yeah, fulfillment is hopefully going to start in June. If we hit the 10K stretch goal, which is a preview ashcan of the Embrace 2, that'll push it back a little bit, but not by much. Okay,
there you go, Kari Salviejo. Awesome.
I'm a man of my word.
I believe you. It's your 4th campaign and you fulfilled so far. So everybody go back. Elysian Fields and SPQR's Bizarre Adventure. I keep on getting the titles mixed up. But anyways, they're both good. You can get the whole bundle. Go get the whole bundle of all the stuff that Michael has created, okay? Including the Embrace, which we talked about today. And it's such a touching story. It's so lovely.
Show my screen.
And I need this book in my hands right now. So thank you again, Michael, for coming on. This was such a great discussion. I don't think I've nerded out this much about Berserk in forever. So this needs to happen again, perhaps with more alcohol.
Michael,
I don't know if that's possible.
You got a Twitter or something?
Yeah,
also,
I do.
Dan was trying to show something.
Oh yeah.
He's trying to show something.
Oh.
Hey, there you go.
That's the box, friend.
This is all the stuff you guys could get, guys.
You get all your goodies. You got
all
patches.
These goodies.
We got pins. We got metal cards.
Look at that. Fancy.
More metal cards.
More metal cards.
Even more metal cards.
Even more metal cards.
And then these classic beauties.
Right?
How dare you, John? I dare you to come on and challenge it. Well, Michael's leaving, but
all inside this lovely box.
Thou shalt not.
This box was damaged by me.
It wasn't shipped to me this way.
It wasn't shipped to me this way. It got this way because I open everything and I go over it. I don't collect for value. I collect for enjoyment of the product.
I kind of do the same thing. I throw everything in.
Dan is a very passionate unpacker.
Look at that crease I put in there. That's from comics being stacked on there.
No, I do the same thing. I think
you know what's funny?
Everything, even
Graveyard
shit that's not
books
from the right
are
campaign.
stacked on top of this.
No, same here. So I'll throw shit that's not in the correct campaign. I have like a Infinitale Chronicles box, and I have like fucking stuff from Testament.
Nice box,
I have shit from Cryptindals just in the buckets that fits, and I don't have a lot of space. So the boxes are great because I get to store all my crowdfunding books in it. Anyhow, so if you would like that sexy box and that beautiful book that you see Dan holding right there, you should back SPQR's Bizarre Adventures, which the link is in the description. You can get all of these books along with this campaign.
The box there was actually from the Embrace 1 campaign, so that one's not there, but we do have a pretty sexy box on our campaign.
But there is a box like this on there. I'm just showing off this is the type of stuff you will get. It'll be it'll be a box. It'll even have probably some packing stuff like this that will be wrapped with it to keep it safe. And it'll be loaded with all this stuff or stuff like this of equal value. I don't know where my sticky hands went. They were just.
You're
here.
such a good salesman.
I try to be. I try to
You
help
are.
promote, because I care. Because I like.
We
these
know.
books. I'm a Comic Escape
Snarky
fan.
Nose says, let the man go to
There's my
sleep.
regular copy. Then
Right.
I love you, Dad. You're good people.
Michael,
what happened? What did I do?
What's your Twitter or something?
It's at Elysian Fields _0.
Oh, okay.
Elysian.
I'll type it in the chat.
No, it's
private
linked. You can type it. It's also linked in the description because I am a good host and I'm thorough. So
Okay.
everybody, go to the description. You can back the book and follow Michael there. And now Michael needs to go to sleep because he has a child that he has to take care
He's
of in
going
the
to
morning.
sleep.
Everybody,
Right.
and
Let Michael
that
go
little
to
boy is
sleep.
important. So
See you, man. Thanks for having joined us.
yeah,
man,
this is
it was
great.
it
You're
was a
always
blast.
welcome. Once again, have a good night.
You guys have a good one. Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Did I just? Oh, I found the sticky hands.
Oh, he found the
You got
sticky
a
hand.
sticky hand.
That's the most important part.
There they are.
He was here for like an hour. He's like, I've just been holding on to this. Well, back the book to get those sticky hands. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I'm
They're
gonna go to
small, but they're powerful,
Oh my god.
and they glow in the dark.
They glow in the dark.
bed. Yeah. That was actually Dean. Dean was like, "Hey, when we were doing the embrace, he was like, "Hey, do you think that we could get like those sticky glow in the dark carnival hands?" And I was just like, I mean, if you can find them, sure.
Since
And
this
then he
box
sent
isn't
me a link,
available,
and I was
we'll
like,
do this side.
"Okay, yeah, we'll do that." So the embrace sticky hands will be with every single campaign that has the embrace on it, whether it's an embrace campaign or a catch up or whatever. Like, yeah. So sticky hands, they're there.
That's kind of a great idea, though. That's pretty awesome.
Mine are
Pretty-
still
it's pretty
sealed,
fantastic.
Mm.
so they're
Well,
actually
it's
squishy sticky hands.
it's mint condition. You should
They
hold
are.
it. You should
Mint
keep it that
condition
way.
sticky hands.
I like
And,
try to
like-
keep everything good. It's like I get patches, and I know people love them, but I'm like, I don't want to use them because I might want to use them on something else, and then not have them to use.
Well, in 60
Like,
years, that sticky hand, those
these
patches are
cards,
going to be
though.
worth $3,000.
These cards.
So you should hold on to it.
Ooh,
Yeah. Very sexy cards.
hard to see, so I don't know.
Sexy, sexy cards.
Yes.
Anyhow.
Yes.
Yes.
All
So,
Now
Michael,
for real.
for real,
I think I'm just
Get
thank
outta
you
here.
so much,
For
good sir.
realsies.
Please go to sleep.
Go to
Thank
sleep,
you very
and
much.
while Michael's sleeping, everyone go to his campaign and buy a copy for yourself, friends.
Yes,
And
please.
so that he wakes up in the morning with a wonderful supplies of backers.
We jumped pretty
Yes.
high on the stream. When I came on, we were at 71, and now we're almost at 75. So like,
There
Well,
you go.
you guys can do better. You guys can back this like 3 more times, right? So everybody back this book right now.
You need an extra copy of this book, friends.
He finally left.
He finally actually left.
He finally dipped out.
No, just wow, he didn't actually. He just like he didn't even. He wasn't even like okay, bye. He just like fuck you guys. I've had enough.
I mean,
oh wait, he came back.
He did do so.
What is going on?
Look at this interior art. It's amazing.
Hold on,
Didn't
what's
know
going
what I
on?
said.
Did he leave on his? Did he leave by accident? Do you need to go to sleep or not?
Go away.
that was the whole thing. Is I was trying to do like I just scrolled my mouse over and it clicked one of like the links on my toolbar. And so
Okay,
it
all right.
just- I was like, wait, I didn't even.
Okay, all
Rini
right.
was in the middle of pitching.
It's cool. No. I was like, well, I
Good
guess he was really tired. He really needed to go.
No. Anyways, again, thanks for having me on. Please let me know when you guys are doing a stream. I'll happily jump on
Oh, of course.
and chat stuff. And
Hell yeah.
No spoilers.
Rini, get with me here in a bit. I'll shoot you the link for the thing you were the thing you were asking about with that wraparound cover.
Fuck yeah! I barely remember because I was drunk, but yeah, we'll talk.
What's this link?
It'll
I
be
don't
great.
remember either.
You have the link, Dan. Go check your email.
Oh, right, that thing.
I have
Yeah.
the link.
Yeah.
Oh my
secret
gosh.
tiers for the campaign. You have all the secret tiers.
I'm gonna go right now and take a look.
Oh
Yeah,
my
you
God,
just
this is
look
great.
up for my last email. Like I sent it out to if you've backed to Nine Realms book or you were on the pre-launch for this book, you
I
got
got a
access to
personal
2
email
secret
from
links.
Michael Oden. I'm gonna go look for it.
Going ahead.
This is the longest
Do that.
goodbye, guys.
This is the longest goodbye.
The long
And
goodbye,
Not
friend.
that I'm angry about it, but I'm just concerned for
I
you.
see myself.
I mean, I also need to go to sleep.
I don't. Actually, I do, but I'm in denial.
We
Because
all
I have a dentist appointment tomorrow, and it's gonna suck, and I have to actually be there in the morning. Oh my God,
Tell us
everybody,
all about it, Irene.
please pray for me. No, I'm not gonna. Well, I'll tell you all about it afterwards. But anyways, right now, we need to like actually wrap this shit the fuck up,
What are
even
we
though I
wrapping
don't
up?
want to. I don't know.
Well, then I guess
Well,
like
this-
if we're wrapping up, we'll just all say goodbye.
Yeah, let's all wrap up. Let's all wrap up. All in
Boo.
general, since nobody wants to leave, and
Boo.
I understand because this
Send
is a
them to the
great
lions
stream,
for that.
and I don't want to leave either. But I actually have to be up in the. I have a fucking root canal tomorrow.
Okay, so
You guys,
anyway,
it's gonna
guys.
suck. No,
Canals
hold on,
are always
stop
best
talking
with no
over me.
sleep.
Stop talking. Oh, hold on, I need more. to
No
drink.
sleep root canals are always the best.
No, it's
'Cause
gonna
when they
be.
anesthetize you, you just go down.
So
Is it? Do they put you to sleep? I don't
I
want to.
hope so.
That's gonna. Ah.
They put dogs and
I
cats to
know,
sleep all the
like
time.
killers.
Ah.
Guys, you can find me you can find me on Instagram at a.c.zamudio or on Twitter as aczamudio. I don't remember where you-
_badass friend.
I don't remember where you can find Nick, and he left, so he'll have to be last.
Yeah,
But
Nick
you
just-
can-
Nick just got it, but he's like, "Fuck you!" Thank you for taking over my stream, everybody.
Twitter.
Where can
Bunny
people
Rabbit.
find you,
Fields.
Dan?
What? What about me?
Where can people find you?
You can find me on the Indiegogos, friend. The Goblin Girl, back in today.
Please that Goblin Girl today. Dan plays
Goblin Girl ever.
We
I don't
have
have it pulled
Remasters,
up.
friend, on that deluxe package, which will soon be available for the regular people to buy, but a little bit more expensive.
Oh yes, you have Masters. Yeah.
I do. They're not up yet. I think I'm gonna put them up tomorrow. I think tomorrow people will be able to just buy Viewmasters, which will be a separate shipping. They will be shipped by themselves. I'm just not sure
There you
about
go.
international because it might be expensive.
There you go. So everybody, Goblin Girl link is in the chat. Dan's
That's right,
regular
friends.
on his channel. So
And
everybody
thank
back
you
Goblin
for
Girl.
everybody
right
that's
now.
back so far. That's gotten us to 19,354.
Wow.
Fuck yeah!
All 237 of you, friends. Thank you.
That's right. Everybody, back this book right now. I apologize for your ears. And also,
Me-
everybody, hey.
Me and my lovely lady Leah and our entire crew that's helping me on this book, as well as our baby, which will be here soon. All thank you for supporting the Dan Flegel Goblin Girl project.
Oh, I'm
It's-
so fucking
It's
excited.
making the possibility of doing art for a living real.
Hell
So,
yeah, everybody! Like,
appreciate
first of all, Dan has not only been a regular on his channel, but I've been hearing so much about this campaign, and it's more than like the boobs are fun, but there's the story behind this project is
Yes.
fantastic.
The story behind the boobs.
I'm trying to pitch this in a way that's not just TNA, Nick. Thanks a lot.
Well,
but
I have the
seriously.
latest page
We've
that has
learned
been
that we
great on
all
right
get what we
here.
want out of this, Irene.
There's only a couple pages left,
Oh my
and this is
God.
one of the newest Grey Tone pages. There's not a bit of tit or ass in it. I apologize, but I think it is a great page.
Well, what I'm saying is there's much more to the story than just
There is.
TNA.
Very,
And
very
I
cool.
I love the character journey that you have. I love the world building. I know you
We'll
put
show-
a lot of heart and soul into this.
We'll
So,
show some of the non.
If you want to back this book, I mean, the tits are a great incentive, but that is not all there is to
There we
the
go.
story.
No, because there's stuff like this.
Yeah, look how awesome and epic that
Um,
is. That's awesome.
I love Dan's art.
What else do I have in here?
Yeah.
I know I've got more
that
cool stuff
shit's
in here.
amazing.
He actually won the Embrace fan art contest.
I was like, that has to be Dan's art.
Pieces
That
like
was
this.
So his style.
You like berserk
Yeah.
type stuff? I got you, baby.
Hell yeah.
Oh, what is that supposed to mean?
Good shit.
I like Ron Dingill's comment. The boobs are fun. Sold.
There you go. So the boobs are fun, sold, but also
you get them with the
I'm
boobs
like,
while they're scrolling, and then you give them this stuff, and that gets them to stay.
I'm here like, there's more than just boobs. Everybody's like, yeah, boobs, back this book. Well,
Yeah.
there are boobs.
Scroll
And
for the
I mean, it's
teats,
a major
stay
selling
for the,
point. There
for
are
the
boobs.
it
fantasy
is a major
adventure.
selling point, and it's.
Yeah.
I really love this project, and we're doing a collaboration. Do you guys know we're going
Yes.
to be doing a crossover? So I'm very excited for that.
We're 5
so you guys
pages
should
in
all
on that,
back
baby,
this,
as well as
yeah,
some
back
concept
this,
stuff.
and make this collaboration happen. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen.
So,
Woo! Thank you,
I
Pliskin.
said-
We
I
got
said
secret
where you
stuff
can find
too.
me. Dan has shown Goblin Girl said where you can find him.
Michael,
Yes.
how about you? Have you gone through your stuff?
He was the first one.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
How about you,
Yeah.
man?
You can find me as Ink Imp on most social media or inkimpnick@gmail.com for direct contact.
I like how Nick and AC are just in a hurry to like wrap it up and everybody get the fuck out. So
I am
was
tired.
Michael, but
I am also tired, dude.
it is our bedtime now. And last of all, Irene. Where can
Thank you. Oh, are you the? It's. I guess you're the host of this stream.
I guess I
all
have
right.
to be.
Well, no. I mean, I was gonna get to that, but it's fine, everybody. It's
Alright.
fine. Hi, everybody. I'm Irene. Did you know you can back my book, Fiendish? John Lewis says they want more books. Well, I mean, more boobs. Well, there will be. You have to back
That's
Goblin
right.
Girl for that.
It'll be funny, John Malin.
I am fulfilling chapter 1 of Fiendish now through all the struggles of that, but we're gonna get to it. We're like halfway through the fulfillment. There's been a lot of bullshit going on, but we're working our way through it. Check out the website at fiendishcomic.com. There's a lot of world building material, extra content. I have a preview that you can read on the website, and the chapter 2 sign up is also up right now. Which you can find not here, which you should also check that out. But the chapter 2 sign up here, you can get an exclusive trading card for Ragnar that is done by AC, drawn by AC and colored by me. That is this drawing on the right over here. And you can only get that if you sign up for the book. And I'm thinking of adding more goodies to the chapter 2 campaign. By the way, the chapter 2 campaign is like pretty much done right now, but I just refuse. I don't want to launch it until I'm finish mostly fulfilling chapter 1, and also I want to be halfway done with the art, like at least the inks, before I launch it. So I'm setting parameters for myself before I launch it, even though everything is almost pretty much ready to go. But you should sign up right now because this is going to be fucking awesome. I'm really excited about this. It's not just going to be one book. I'm going to have a chapter 2 and a chapter 2.5, which is going to be like a 40-something page side story, and I'm really proud of it. So stay tuned for that. We're going to launch sometime this summer. And I'm going to close out on the trailer and for you guys that missed out on the opening.
We got the
I'm
teaser.
sure you guys
for the
are absolutely going to love it.
The teaser for the variant cover.
Okay.
There it is.
Yeah, there we go. Okay,
Hey,
all right.
partly
Well, let's
there.
actually close out this. Okay, well, awesome. Yeah, it is really awesome.
It
Yes.
does look really
That's great.
nice.
It does look really nice. Okay, we actually have to go to sleep right now, though. So.
Yeah.
There's so much stuff to show, but I'm sorry. I need to go to the bathroom. Second of all, I need to go to sleep because I have an appointment in the morning and everybody is tired. But thank you so much. You guys are awesome. Back
Thanks,
all the
Kat.
things that we mentioned tonight. You guys are great. And I'll see you all first tomorrow on Red Valkyrie's channel, premiering the writing stream that I was on, and then next Wednesday I will be doing another draw stream. So have a good night, everybody, and I'll see you all next time.
Good night, folks.
Bye.